Well, hello and welcome to the west coast of America once again, where I'm pleased to say we are bathed in some California sunshine here at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, as we're about to bring you the last day of action from the 2024 Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. My name's Kev Harris, and I'm pleased to be back once again and sitting in the commentary booth waiting to bring you all that action as well is none other than the voice of motorsport, Mr. Johnny Green himself. And oh boy, what a day, what we have set for you. What a day we had yesterday as well, if you're watching us on the live stream. So many great moments, too many to mention in this little opening, but I'll just give you a heads up on where I'm stood. I'm pleased to say that they've actually put me today, this morning, up here on the balcony of the Legends Club at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And as you look out over my shoulder this way, you can see it all from up here. Just to give you sort of some geography, just down there to the left is the Andretti hairpin. That goes around under the Firestone Bridge, around the circuit there. Back that way behind me there then, and we've got the Mission Foods Bridge. That's the front straightaway where the pit lane is there. And of course, way over off in the distance, which is just looking directly into the sunshine as it is right now, the infamous corkscrew, where they drop down and just, you know, take their heart in their mouth, hanging onto the steering wheel, keeping the foot planted, and the corkscrew is what that's all about just over there. It is an incredible setting up here on the balcony, and I'm really thrilled to be back, and we're pleased that you're joining us wherever you are in the world right now. Some dates for your diary, also just sort of some points to note as the day goes on. We're kicking off in a moment at 8 a.m. with the Skip Barber Rolex Cup race, of course. Skip Barber, the man who's got his name above the door of about 10, I think it is, race schools all around the country here in the US, including here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and he's the man that many champions attribute the formative years of their career, if you will, starting out race car driving at a Skip Barber school, including Zach Brown himself, the CEO of McLaren, who's going out a little bit later on. And some names, including Zach, then for you to keep your eyes and ears peeled for. 8:35 Group 2. Jenson Button is going out in his Jaguar XJC, and don't forget, of course, that's the car. The first owner on the pink slips for that one was none other than Fangio himself. Had a great chat to Jenson about that yesterday, so that's going to be out on track at 8:35. 10:20 in Group 6. You'll see a 1964 Shelby Cobra, and the man that's in pole position driving that one is none other than the CEO of the Ford Motor Company himself, Jim Farley. Now, that is a guy, a CEO that you won't find on the golf course at the weekends, because he's at the racetrack doing what he loves, and he's going to be going wheel to wheel with the best of them at 10:20. And then Group 10 go out at 2:15. That is Zach Brown in his 1980 Formula One car. And listen to this, over my shoulder, we've got those Formula Ford cars from that first group going out at 8 a.m. The 1967 to 1981 Formula Ford cars in that Skip Barber Cup Rolex race. So, I think that's enough from me. I want to spin around and watch the cars. Johnny's waiting in the commentary booth, so I'll hand to him now, and have a great day wherever you are.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, as we look down over the famous corkscrew, what a beautiful sight that is in the morning, especially from the drone. It has added a completely new perspective, and one I absolutely adore. But you really get to see where we are on the peninsula, south of San Francisco and San Jose, and high above the Monterey Peninsula. So many famous events here. And, of course, this is now a 2-week event. And I'm sure when it all began in 1974, that was our first historic reunion organized by Steve Earle and his team. It has grown and just exponentially over the years, and it really truly is now the most beautiful setting for a race, let alone to celebrate 50 years of historic racing. And of course, motor racing would be nothing without this little group of cars, Formula Ford. Literally the world over, people have taken to these fantastic cars, simple and with a spec engine, and have at it on the chassis. And it's launched the careers of many bodywork and chassis makers over the years, from Dan Demon, Crossley, you name it. Titan we'll see here in action, Lotus, some Royals, Crossley as I mentioned. There's a Winkleman FDRF3 from 1971 out there. 33 entries in all. Now, these guys were out in action yesterday, and we had a good fight between Danny Baker, Adam White, and Todd Willing. And I think it's going to be the same again. Todd starting from the pole this time in his 1978 PRS RH01 from 1978. And then Danny Baker in a 69 Lotus 61 I would have said that if Oliver Ramleth and Martin Lauber and Andrew Waite get good starts, we saw Max Minschel yesterday also doing a really good job. Edward Lauber also in this race, so following in the footsteps. And it is a great gathering. Most of these cars obviously started in Europe. I say obviously, but started in Europe. And when we get a closer look at some of them up close, I'll try to tell you a little bit about it. As through goes the number 64. That's Greg Caven in the Coney Heath KHF2. Not often seen that. 1975. Greg Caven at the wheel. Just ahead of him, the 75 of Alan Desani. And that's a Royale RP24 from 77. So
not much news on the Danny Baker car. The co-op race Formula Ford from the UK. Willings car. Later season work for Bernard Devenger on multiple British Championship round victories and lap record. Second Formula Ford Festival in 78. Tested by Jeremy Shaw for Autosport magazine in 79. American Racing, then to Derek Daly, Clarence Lowe, emigrated to Canada, taking the chance to win the race in the Ontario Championship, raced in 80s and 90s in Canada before imports to the U.S. for historic racing.
for 2024 Day 2 with Group 1, this is the Skip Barber Cup. Skip Barber just being inducted into the American Racing Hall of Fame recently, and also naming 2024 as the year of Skip Barber at Lime Rock, his home, and they've also now renamed the tower at Lime Rock in his honor. But he did get to the dizzy heights of Formula One, but he'll be the first to tell you that that's not why he got into the Hall of Fame. I had an interview with him just a few weeks ago, and he said it's because of the school, it's because of what he did with junior Formula and effectively helping the likes of Joseph Newgarden, Zach Brown, as you heard earlier, and so many other great racing drivers have all made and cut their teeth in Formula Ford. And that is not just true of America, it's true worldwide. If you think of the GOAT in IndyCar, that is Scott Dixon, Formula Ford is where he started. And I've spent many a time down in his old hunting grounds seeing the next future stars coming up. Liam Lawson, perhaps the most knowledgeable one going, or most people know about, coming into Formula One very soon, having had a few Grand Prix already. But they all start here. Simple car, great way to learn your way. It's not a scary car to drive. I've driven one myself. I'm no racing driver. But today we celebrate 50 years of historic racing at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And this is the oldest continuously run historic auto racing event in the USA. It could also be said this really does mark a new era. They handed over the keys to the Friends of Laguna Seca in a ceremony just a few days ago. basically guaranteeing the future of races like this and of Laguna Seca itself, which is just fantastic. They've got a great group of organizers, both for this event and, of course, on a regular basis, Friends of Laguna. For each and every race, they'll have IndyCar racing here and many, many other races, and the chance to do a Skip Barber School yourself. And it is Todd Willing out front in that PRS 8RH01, leading the way from Baker and Ramlett. Lauber in fourth position, Wake. So the same gentlemen that were at the front yesterday doing the same again here in Group 1. But as you can see, not a lot between them. Now, just flipping through shot, that yellow and blue 21. That's Adam White in his Lola T540. That did a year of CSRG racing and finished second in the championship car and was imported by Carl Haft. Held as a spare car, but it was stored for most of its life. So watch out for that yellow and blue. There it is. Into the rainy curve. Always worry early morning. It's only 8 a.m. early morning, so certainly the track hasn't had a time. The one thing that the fog or the mist does do is cool things down very quickly. The temperature in the asphalt here at Laguna can cool down very quickly, and it can cause problems if you're not up to temperature and you are used to racing in the sunshine. It takes some time to get the sunshine on this asphalt, but don't know how much difference it's made. I'll be interested to talk to some of the drivers since the repaving. Of course, a lot of drivers talking about that. Less bumps. Way, there's a few bumps there, though. Through goes the 66 at Andretti and almost loses it. That's Max Minchel. Raced on the West Coast when this car was new in 1981. Continuously in SCCA entries at Laguna, Sonoma, and Riverside. So it's got a pretty strong West Coast pedigree. That 1981 Royale we just got going sideways there for a moment. Here he is. And behind him, the number 23. And that's a Titan Mark 6, Andrew Waite at the wheel. And this particular car was imported to the US by Porsche, by the Porsche dealer at Mont Shelton. And it raced in period. And it's been racing in vintage, racing with John Anderson, who restored it again. And then to Andrew Waite, who's now held ownership for some 5 years of this car, currently in 5th position. Scott Pruitt is one of the group names this year for the first time. Usually at the Rolex, we celebrate a mark, and we have in the past celebrated Corvette and MG, you name it, Porsche. But this year, the organizers, given it was the 50th year, decided, you know what, let's have similar groups as we always do. 2 races, as we always do. But this time, we will label the races to the era of the iconic racing drivers and designers and innovators of American racing. Scott Pruitt, who's here this weekend, is one of those being honoured, and we were honoured to have him in the booth. Field spreading out, though, as they head down the corkscrew. I'm often asked, how do they get down there? And evidently the secret is you go blind up the hill, brake later than you think you should, turn in, look for the oak tree. That's what they say, and the oak tree is at the bottom of the hill. Point yourself to that, and you'll get round the corkscrew. But the first time you do it, it does give you a little heart in your mouth moment. But it's a fantastic and storied corner. So many great races from 2 wheels to 4 wheels have been won and lost there. People talk about the classic overtake by Stoner or Zanardi and many others. The Corkscrew has literally a book that could be written about just dropping down those 5 stories. And some of the moves, some of the great moments of Laguna racing. Well, there's still a bit of frog out there. Here's the battle for 3rd and 4th. Now, we've talked about the 21, and it is the 93 that is really putting him to and through his paces right now. And that's the Titan Mark 6 from 1970. Beautifully restored. And it was originally a Titan factory car, that. Raced by Ken Bailey and Derek Lawrence, who were both works drivers for Titan back in the mid-70s. And together they won 3 championships and about 35 races in that car. You just saw there battling with the 21. And you see from above now the all-red, number 93. That's the beauty of an event like this. It doesn't matter whether it's a Monza winning Ferrari or a simple Formula Ford, and that's no disrespect to the Formula Ford, but of course they're not as glamorous as the big Le Mans cars or the big Mille Miglia winners. But each and every one of these cars has been nurtured, loved, restored, preserved, and raced, more importantly. So Oliver Ramlet in that number 93, doing everything he can. And Oliver, a regular for both West Coast and actually right across America at racing. He's done a lot of historic racing. And you'll know that most of these drivers have raced against each other many times before, so they all know their strengths and weaknesses. It's still pretty misty at the top there, isn't it? As they come through 6. Ominous coming up there, going into the murk. And that's the view heading towards Corkscrew from the Bobby Ray Hall Straight. Of course, we celebrate Mario Andretti, which there is a group of Formula One cars in his honor today. We celebrate Wayne Rainey, good friend in 2-wheel racing and a 3-time world champion who lives here in the hills of Monterey, as does 4-time world 2-wheel champion Eddie Lawson. It's only when you start, ooh, big move. Wrong move there at 11. Went wide into the dust and the dirt. But no harm, no foul. And they had a simple rule when they started historic racing here. There is no clattering into each other. And if you do, and you're at fault, unless you're a world champion, you may, if you are a world champion, and we have one here, you could get a mulligan. But if you weren't, you were out of the meeting. And even the great, mighty Sterling Moss was caught out by that. Because, of course, although he was one of the greatest drivers of all time, he never won a world championship. Jenson Button could get a mulligan today, but he's driving pretty good. Now, we're going in order of our groups, 13 in all, but I would tell you, if you're tuning in, look at the local time in California and look to midday or just after. We've got 2 fantastic exhibitions. We've got an anniversary exhibition, and that truly is a sight to behold. I've never quite seen a collection of cars so beautiful and so pristine, and also so important to the history of motor racing. And that will be coming up just after midday here, local time. And we've also got some other exhibitions to bring you, but we'll pretty much be going closely enough in order of the group. So Group 1 through 13, and we end up with a saloon race for the Dan Gurney Trophy. And within that time, we will literally walk you through the history of motor racing in the USA. Passing flags are out, 3 wide across the strip. I think that 13 is the car that got turned around. Or got into the gravel. Boy, he is going hard. Nicely done into Andretti there. Great racing. Forget how good some of these pilots are. Danny Baker has been part of Historics for a long, long time. And the car he's racing in, that Lotus 61 from 69, was an original club race Formula Ford car from the UK. So first close look at James Hackwell in the number 5, 72 Titan. There it is. That car has been based in Arizona, Colorado, and raced in SCCA races, driver schools from 1993 to 1909. And it's also done the Rocky Mountain Vintage, Steamboat, Pueblo, La Junta, Second Creek, and excursions to Topeka, Elkhart Lake, and many others. So it's, again, another car that has seen some action over the years. Well, they put on a show yesterday, and they're doing it again today. Good racing. Lauber still in 5th place. Minchell now looking for a podium. Ramlith holding that podium position. White still second, but it's Todd Willing out front in that number 52. Interestingly enough, Todd Willing's car that leads the race. Whoa, throwing. Oh no! Well, that was a big moment. And I don't know how. Suddenly we saw a dust bowl, and I don't know how he got to that point. But we'll wander on. But again, no harm, no foul. He got it cleaned up, got it onto the dirt and out of the way, more importantly. That was Frederick Grice in the Titan Mark 5. Went off. Started in 18th place. It looks as though it's pretty misty, but I don't think they'll be bothered by the vision. It's a little bit of a haze, but I think our camera's on a long lens, so it probably looks a little bit dirtier than it is in terms of vision, but it's still laying low. It'll burst off, usually by about 9:30 here at Laguna. The sun bursts through and kind of just blows away any mist, but it's pretty much a normal morning here at Laguna. We're sitting in a valley at the top of the hill above Monterey Peninsula, so you get a good breeze from the sun, a good breeze from the sea, and then the sun usually blows off that breeze, which is, if you live by the sea, you'll know, is a pretty normal situation. And so that was a pretty tight situation right there. Good racing. I think these Formula Fords really love this track. There is no big, long, grunty straights where you need to have lots of power. So lots of movement, lots of changes of gears, and lots of chances for this sort of stuff. There goes the 19. It's Edwin Abarth in 73 ADF. Mark 2. Chassis designed by David Brunn. And that car originally raced in its period 1973 at the likes of Road Atlanta. Bob Earl driving it and became a national champion in it. And of all people, we're celebrating Skip Barber. Sam Posey, his good buddy and neighbor, has chassis 001 of that ADF. And former notable owners include Nancy James, Mike Hull, of course, runs the current Ganassi team. There's one of the Crossleys, a 79 Club Ford, 35F Club Ford, Robert Thull at the wheel. on that 101, that all blue. And the car, according to its logbook, is believed to be a Crossley Pacific in-house car driven by Dennis Firestone. And a picture in the logbook shows him beside his name. So there you go. Another Crossley there from 73, Dennis Wise. This is raced truly at a lot of different circuits. From back in the day, 76 Sears Point, here at Laguna. And just around the West Coast generally. And then also played a part in drive schools from the late 70s. So a lot of these cars have had a busy, busy time, either at historic races as they are now, or in their day jobs as learning machines at race schools for Skip Barber. And of course, there's plenty of different schools now, from Radford, you name it. But Skip Barber was the originator in many ways, and there's a lot of great racing drivers who have a lot to thank him for. And Laguna, Cota, Watkins Glen, Lime Rock, you name it, always a chance to learn your craft, and there's no better way than to do it right here. It's a safe environment, plenty of runoff, not too powerful cars that you're trying to hold on to the thing. You can actually learn the skill. Racing at close quarters. So White still leads. Ramleth now up to second place. So we've had some action at the front as we've dropped back through the grid to show you a few more cars. But just as yesterday, we're getting a really good run here of Formula Ford racing. Tell you what, they're not holding back. This is the battle for the win. Well, having said that the fog was going to rise, I'm not so sure. It's getting thicker. White flag comes out, we can see that, but I have to say, having thought it was going to rise, as it usually does here at Laguna, maybe we've just got an extra hour this morning, and it's coming in, but because of the sea breeze, it does blow off fairly quickly, so I don't think we're going to be stuck with these conditions, but you never know. Look at that! For the win. And it is White that takes it. It was close at the end. Ramleth and Minchell on the podium as well. But well done. Coming out of the mist were the gorillas of Formula Ford. Fantastic stuff. And Adam White finally taking it in that Lola T540 from 1978. And he was at the front the whole time. Ramleth made his way through. Baker was right there at the sharp end, but will take a podium. Munchell just off the podium in fourth position. Martin Lauber in fifth. Great race all the way to the end. Well, we'll see if the mist rises here on the 50th anniversary. We'll take a short break from Laguna Seca. We'll be right back.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca.
Path you take.
It's a beautiful day, or it's hoping to be. As you can see, the reality is it's not quite a beautiful day just yet. It's still a little bit misty out there. But I know a man who got a little misty-eyed yesterday, and that was, of course, our own Kev Harris, who was heading around the paddock looking for somebody special, and he found one. And, of course, he is a world champion in his own right, and now getting into historics. And you'll find out who and why. But I can tell you, it's Jenson Button with Kev.
But how about this? It's actually quite quiet down here on the pre-grid. And look who I've caught up with, Jenson Button. Jenson, great to see you. Thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. You just told me something remarkable. Qualifying yesterday here at Laguna Seca was what?
My first time around this track. Ain't a race car anyway, but yeah, it was interesting. In an old car as well, you know, it's always a bit scary on new tracks, but in an old car, yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah. And the thing about the Rolex is the cars have to be period, they have to be authentic, and they have to have provenance. And your car that you've bought here ticks all of those boxes. Tell us about it.
Yes, so it's the 1952 C-Type, the only bronze one in existence. Originally owned by Fangio.
This is phenomenal. He was the first owner, right?
Yes, yeah. So he had it as his road car when he was racing for Ferrari. So good times. And then it was bought by someone else in Argentina. They raced it, and then it came to Europe. It's raced for the last couple of decades in Europe as well. So it's won Le Mans Classic, it's won Monaco, it's won Goodwood, and I raced it for the first time last year at Goodwood, and we call it.
You had it for, and was this a car that you searched out and thought, I'm going after that one?
5 years. Yeah. 5 years I've had this car. So now it's been a little while because I wanted to get the engine prepped correctly. Technology's come a long way since the 50s, but you know, you can't really do much in terms of brakes because they're drums. Yeah. You know, with setup is very limited, but you can tune the engine. So we have a lot more power than they had back then, a lot more. But the car's the same, so it's just more difficult to drive. But it's all good. It's going to be fun. We're racing. Well, we're not racing them. There's cars in this race that are from the 60s, so they're 10 years newer. Yeah. Very difficult to race them. Bigger tires, more power. But there's a D-Type starting right next to us, which is kind of cool. So we'll have some fun, and it's just to show the car off, really. It's there's so many beautiful cars here, and it's great to see so many people driving them relatively hard, but also just letting us all enjoy them, really.
And that's what this event is all about, isn't it? It's just about enjoying them. There's cars here that speak to so many different people, isn't it? And I mean, a great event, and we're celebrating 50 years of historics on the Monterey coast. So, I mean, historic racing, is this something that you love? You're obviously still doing the bigger stuff as well, but you're going to see yourself doing more and more of this? Yeah, definitely. Well, I've got a race car from the 50s, so I go now. But no, what I like about here is you've got cars like this. They all have to be in period. But then you have more modern stuff as well, so things from 20 years ago, 10 years ago, and you see the DPIs going around here, and then they finish their race, and we go out in a C-Type. So yeah, it's kind of random. It's great for the fans to come and see so many cool cars, yeah, I've just been walking around. It's pretty relaxed here. You can go and see every car you want, touch it, not sit in it, but it's kind of cool. I'm also racing a couple of races after this in an Alpha with my good friend Maz Fawaz. It's an enduro race, so. Again, you meet so many cool people, and I've got a lot of friends here that I haven't seen for a long time. So it's it's an amazing spectacle. And are you able to move around as a fan and enjoy it yourself, or are you getting doorstep for modern day selfies, the autograph at everywhere you go? It's a little bit more relaxed than like Goodwood for me, because we're in the States. But still, there's a massive love for motorsport, so they still recognize people. It's just a little bit less. So. Well, listen, Jenson, thanks ever so much for talking to us. I'll let you get ready for it, but go well. And there you go. I'm sure the fans are going to love it.
Cheers, man. Thanks.
There you go. Johnny, we'll go back to you. How about that?
Well, of course, that interview yesterday with Jensen, and Jensen will be out here again. And I'll tell you what, he's playing in the spirit of things, because he's not just doing his Group C, his Jaguar C-Type. He's also, and that of course he owns, but he's also taking part in the saloon race later in the day. So he's getting into the spirit of historic racing, and don't think he's retired by any means. And yes, he is part of Rolex's ambassadorship, and so that's another reason for him to come. But he's still very much at the top of his game. Of late, he's been doing a little bit of NASCAR, a little bit of Le Mans, and more importantly, he's done a full season of the World Endurance Championship. He'll be racing here in America in 2 weeks' time at the Circuit of the Americas for the World Endurance Championship for Jost Porsche. So right at the top of his game still. Now, as we turn our attention to the next group, let's hope they get out there given the miss, but it must give me a little bit of time, because it's the Briggs Cunningham Trophy. As we said earlier, if you're just joining us and you weren't here yesterday, we're naming each and every one of the groups this year after somebody famous, somebody iconic in American racing that has brought something to the table. It may be a driver, it may be a driver designer in this case. And I've got David Steele alongside me, who is really looking forward to seeing this group particularly. And a massive group it is, David. I've never seen so many cars, each and every group. We've got 34 in this one, but you're a big fan.
I sure am, and I have to say I absolutely love it that they've titled this with Briggs's name.
Yeah.
I can't imagine anyone more appropriate to be brought in as a kind of tribute. Briggs, of course, sat down at a table in the mid-1940s with Bill Milliken, Cameron Argetsinger, and they mapped out what would become the SCCA. So the fact that
so we've all got a lot to thank for.
we sure do, and those guys really set in motion the immediate post-war sports car racing that we're going to see, kind of demonstrated on the track right in front of us with many of the original cars from those races. It's just fantastic.
So what is the American Hot Rod Foundation? Well, I know what it is, but tell us more about it.
Well, the American Hot Rod Foundation we're a 501c3 nonprofit, and our whole purpose for the past 22 years has been to research and preserve the history of land speed racing in America throughout its entire history, in all shapes and forms, whether that be circle track or drag racing or early land speed racing on the Bonneville Salt Flats or the Dry Lakes of California.
So I'm sure you're very well aware of the name Charles Neerberg, who's here this weekend.
Absolutely.
And who will probably join us. He's just actually texted me saying that he's on his way in. He may not be racing, but he's just a joy to have in the booth.
Oh, great. Well, that's great news. Yeah, that'll be fun.
And he, of course, storied history. I think he was the first man to go over 400 miles an hour at the Bonneville Flats as well, and still racing today. Fantastic story.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, those guys that developed those cars starting in the 1930s is when it got very serious. You had all the international players, Sir Malcolm Campbell and people like that coming over and kind of setting the bar. But just a remarkable thing, these GIs coming home from World War II with knowledge that they could have otherwise never gathered, working with materials and aerodynamics and fuel injection and supercharging, and suddenly they've taken Model A Ford-based jalopies out onto the dry lakes, and they're going 200 miles an hour before they know it. I mean, just absolutely incredible.
Well, let's just tell obviously we've got historic fans tuning in around the world, and of course, there's always been an eye on America, and we know kind of the peripheral. I put myself in the same bag because obviously coming from England, you learn about American historic racing bit by bit. But Briggs Cunningham and the groups that we've chosen, Dan Gurney, all of these guys were more than. Yes, they all. Skip Barr, but they had their accolades. They were good racing drivers, but they're not household names. They're not people that perhaps worldwide will have remembered. Briggs Cunningham is a good example, but it's what they brought and what they innovated, which is why we're on.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's why it's so important to honor them, as you say. The fact that Briggs Cunningham isn't necessarily a household name is almost a scandal, in my opinion. He's. You could almost say we wouldn't even be sitting here at this event without what he did and what the Briggs Cunningham equivalents on the West Coast did to to get all of this going after World War II, I think there was just such a feeling of optimism in the country that when you took someone like Briggs, who had the means and the connections to get this sport going, having been involved in it with the Collier brothers before the war with ARCA, I mean, there was just so much excitement, but it was in a small community. It was semi-private. Literally, some of those events in the 30s happened on estates. So in a way, it's not surprising that not everyone would know who that is, but if you go back and start connecting the dots, my God, it starts with an atomic bomb named Cunningham, for sure.
Well, and the point is, and what are we just talking about? What innovations are we talking about? We're talking about taking the sort of European imported GT cars and Americifying them, but making them specials, making them different, making them faster, more powerful if they could, but basically taking what they got and then turning them into their own. And that's where you get things like the Pooper, the combination of Porsche and Cooper, and many other specials. Huffaker was another specialist, but Briggs Cunningham is one of those names and innovators.
Well, absolutely. He raced a car at Watkins Glen starting in 1947 called the Buick, and this was a Buick-powered Mercedes-Benz.
Buick.
An early 1930s Mercedes, which had been all stripped down. I think it may have only retained its original cowl and radiator shell, which gave away its roots as a Mercedes-Benz, touring car. But a post-war, large capacity Buick engine was fitted to that car, and hence the Buick was born, and it was very competitive. And seeing cars like that, cars like the Ardent Alligator, they were a great alternative for people who may not have been able to afford an Allard, which was a pseudo-special in its own right, because you could buy this rolling, beautiful, finished, sorted chassis, basically, with bodywork on it. But it was up to you to put an engine in the car, and it was your choice if you wanted to put a Ford V8 or a Cadillac V8. But not everyone could afford an Allard, but they understood what that was and what that idea was. And that's where guys like Chuck Manning, which, by the way, there is a Manning special being driven by Marcus Bicknell from the Del Monte Group, is on the track today. And that car is just a direct descendant of Cunningham's Buick and the cars like that were constructed in a kind of, Brit-American combo, we might say. And they're, again, very, very effective cars. And it's easy to draw the connections between those specials, specials like the Baldwin Merc special, which is also on the track, being driven by Rob Manson. Incredibly important car. I mean, that car was that very car that we're watching on the track right now, kind of carve its way through the fog, was that participated in the original Pebble Beach road races, which started all of this. It started the Concordia Elegance, which happens on Sunday. It inspired the build of this track. It was those cars that raced through the forest in 1950 that started all this.
Yes, Pebble Beach races, yeah.
And the fact that we're seeing that very car go around this track being used as it was intended is amazing to me. And like you say, that car is a hodgepodge of kind of junkyard Ford parts, but put together in such a clever way by a very clever guy, Willis Baldwin, that look what it's on the track with. It's on the track with C-type Jags, with D-type Jags, and it's mid-pack, and it's competitive, and you can see the workings of it when you walk up to it. You kind of see, well, this is just a large go-kart, isn't it?
Well, Ferrari famously once called us British, the garagistas. But of course, the Americans had been doing it a long time before, as you quite rightly describe here with these specials that we're talking about. There's Jensen. Yeah, it's not often you get to say, coming out of the mist here at Laguna Seca, coming up the hill is Jensen Button in Fangio's car that he bought. And as you heard in the interview, it took him 5 years to get it. But I think we're going to be seeing Jensen for many times to come here, simply because now he's got his feet wet, buying a very, very special car. And he almost admitted yesterday, there it is, number 22. He almost admitted yesterday, now he's bought it, he has to kind of play the game.
Absolutely.
And come out and race it, because people will want to see it, or will associate him with it. Adrian Newey does similar with GT40s and many other cars, but it's great to have racing drivers, current racing drivers, that interested in spending a weekend doing this, and also, just like Sebastian Vettel, being genuinely interested in what they've been part of.
Absolutely. That is very inspiring to a guy like me who's just a general motorsports fan, but I kind of focus on the history of the sport. And to see a guy like Jensen come in and be excited about the roots of the sport, I can't imagine what it's like for him. I mean, 'cause obviously he would have, as a little kid, read about Fangio.
Yes,
he would have
of course.
studied Fangio. He may have even met him when he was young.
Yeah.
Here he is on a world famous track in Fangio's car. I mean, it doesn't get better.
Green flag waves. We are Gorilla engines in the mist at the moment. The Briggs Cunningham Trophy roars into action. And in the middle of the field is one Jay Button from Somerset, former Formula One world champion, and we're delighted to have him as one of our guests of honor, but we've got many others. We've got some other current drivers. Ricky Taylor is here. And then we've got the likes of CEOs like Jim Farley of Ford, and Zach Brown, CEO of McLaren, who, of course, Jensen drove for back in the day. But just great to have so many luminaries here, both from a driver perspective, from an innovation perspective. Jim Hall Jr., or Jim Hall's son, was here yesterday and regaling us some stories of his growing up with his famous father. Another great American innovator, Jim Hall and Chaparral.
Yeah, and as we've been talking about these specials, these kind of hybrid cars of the day, we're watching go up the hill right now the Scarab, which is just an absolutely phenomenal car. Lance Reventlow, of course, was behind that effort and built a tremendously successful and incredibly beautiful car, Chevrolet Corvette powered. Because once again he had the means. It's always nice when somebody's got the means to do this, because a lot of innovation can happen quickly. He assembled a team of just absolutely brilliant.
Do you know the thinking behind, or the sort of how he came to, right, this is what we're going to do?
Well, you know, he was a fan. He had been racing sports cars. He started in an MG like so many, but he wanted something faster, and he saw the Ferraris, on the track, kind of beating everything, but he was a bit nationalistic, and he thought, maybe I can do this with American innovation, American power plant, American crew members. And he basically found all of the best fabricators in Southern California, assembled them, guys like Phil Remington, and he said, guys, I want to build not just a fast and competitive sports car to be on the track with Ferraris, but I want to beat Ferraris, and I want to look as good as them. And hence the Scarab was born. And a great effort, again. Only a few cars were built, but they had a huge impact on the race scene in America. And once Reventlow decided to get out of the game, basically from developing a front-engine Offenhauser-powered Formula One car, which was a little bit behind its time. By the time that car was launched, rear engine was the way, and unfortunately Reventlow's dream of building a Formula One car had kind of gone away. He walked away from the effort, but his crew didn't, and a very wise Texan stepped up named Carroll Shelby, and he saw this shop with all this tooling and all of this talent that had built the Scarabs, and he said, boys, why don't you help me out with a project I have?
Fantastic.
And that is the crew that became Shelby American.
I had no idea. That's a great story. Thank you. Because, I love stories like that, because you did wonder where they kind of, you read the history books, and it's as though they all came together and were, put an ad in the paper, and all these brilliant people came together. It's always nice to know how they actually do come together. That car you were talking about obviously launched in '58, but it raced at Palm Springs, Santa Barbara, Riverside, Meadowdale, and here at Laguna, and even went to the Bahamas and raced in Nassau. So David Swig, and we'll be talking about that car. And here is the number 42 going across the strip. Seeing where he is. A little further down. In fourth position, that's Brian, is Lee McKirchen.
Wow, and the sound of those specials going by the way, mixed in with the zing of those Jag 6s. Just a glorious sound. Just
that car
wonderful.
we just saw, that Lotus 11, that number 42, that's coming into the picture now. That's raced in vintage now for 42 years.
Wow.
That's Jensen Button getting. Look at it. Watch him wheel. I'll tell you what. He's been watching some Fangio videos, I think.
Yes, he has.
He's not afraid. I mean, it's not surprising when you consider that wheel must be about 4 times the wheel he uses in WEC. He is definitely using the art of the day, which was a huge steering wheel, and then making what would be deft adjustments in a Formula One car, but huge movements in one of these big beasts. And I think that's the enjoyable part. And just watching him yesterday and again today, it's a shame it's so misty, but his input is so assured. And you can see a great racing driver is that ability, and you see it with a Sterling Moss or a Fangio in the day, just able to put that input in, but we're not knowing exactly what that input. And it looks to me, you and me, as though he's going back to go skid sideways, but he just holds it all together. It's just that feel, isn't it?
Absolutely. That is really the art that we get to see, especially in cars like this, where we can essentially see the drivers from the waist up.
Yeah.
And as we just saw him going into that turn 5, all arms and elbows, as they say.
Yep.
I mean, just absolutely on the loose. But that's what the car is clearly telling him it wants. That's how the car wants to be driven. And in today's world of sticky tires and a lot of downforce, that would look, that idea is absurd, but in cars like this, it is the fastest way around the track, and you would never think so, but that's what that car's asking of him, and how fun to see that him embrace that. It's got to be just a blast for him.
Alex Brundle, who I do or have done the Monaco Historics with in the past, had a great expression, still uses it, but when he sees somebody working the wheel like that, he says, yep, he's got full snake arms. And it's a good one, because it says it all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The idea of wrestling several snakes at the wheel of your car. Jaguar D-Type from 1955. Alex McAllister. Of course, Chris McAllister, a very famous historic driver. Now Alex picking up the reins and doing a heck of a job. A Courier Cos car from 55 to 56, driven by Desmond Titterington and Nian Sanderson. And Ron Flockhart did 25 races and was then sold to Maurice Charles in 1956 and raced through 61 and has done 25 races, including the 58 Le Mans. So a very special car, that Jaguar D-Type we just saw through shot there with McAllister at the wheel.
Boy, you're not kidding. I mean, that, when you take in a weekend like this, you get to see these cars a lot, whether you're in the pits or whether you're watching the track. But when you stop and take in the kind of rolling history that we're getting to see go by with just that D-Type alone, it's just absolutely astounding. I mean, 20 years ago, that car probably was in a museum, and it's so nice to see the way the hobby has gone. These cars are coming back out of the woodwork, getting back on the track, and being used as they should.
Well, and I mentioned Alistair McAllister, and great drivers that we've got here. The sense of these cars that need to be preserved, need to be looked after, and therefore need to be driven by people responsible enough to do that, whether they be the owner or somebody that the owner has put in it. But that lineage goes all the way back to 1974 when the historics began, because even back then, and I was looking in the program at the entry list for 74, I mean, incredible. Most of the entries from California, the odd one from Texas and Arkansas, but the cars were just so many GTOs, so many fantastic cars. And because Phil Hill was effectively the in-house world champ, or, the guy that you could turn to and know he was going to look after your car, that tradition of people being not afraid to leave the car in the museum and bring him out here, but also honored to have a great champ drive their car, that's been a huge part of the vein that's gone through historic racing here in the last 50 years, that people are willing to bring these masterpieces and absolutely unobtainium cars, as long as they're driven by people who know what they're doing.
Well, that always helps, doesn't it, to keep the car out of the shop. But yeah, that whether it's the owner or whether there's a driver brought in, my hat is off to these collectors who take the cars back out onto the track as they should be, because not everyone does. And so we really should give applause to the owners of these cars, whether they're the ones in the cockpit or not, because it's a generous thing for them to do, that we get to see these cars and hear them. I'm 54 years old.
Oh,
and look at that.
Corner takes another one. This time the number 126 just turned in a little later than he had done, I think, the previous laps, or just looked a little wider than usual. That's Michael Khalil in the Lola Mark 1. Gets it turned around, but well done. A little bit of action.
It may just be a little greasy out there with all this fog.
Well, I do think, and I said it earlier, the mist, because it's so cold and misty and literally wet, it's like pure humidity, it cools down the asphalt very quickly and just sticks. And it's hard to get or to keep temperature in the tires that, especially when you're changing from different parts of the circuit. Effectively, the part of the circuit that is most misty right now is the back end, is effectively coming down from the corkscrew, whereas here, 5 and 6, and then up the hill, it's all nice and clear. But so that's going to be a problem going into Andretti when you've just got to the fastest part of the circuit and then cools down again. Absolutely,
yeah, that's what you get with elevation changes, and that's why tracks like this are so exciting. The climate can really play a huge factor, and like we were just talking about, the cars are hard enough to drive. They're asking to be driven kind of on the loose, and yet in combination with that, you've got a changing racetrack. You're coming down off the corkscrew and experiencing different amounts of grip as you lose elevation, and that is a factor. You've got to have a real feel to be on top of that.
You saw that 1959 Sadler Mayer Special in blue and white just go through the number 4. Nick Price at the wheel of that one. That won the New York State Hill Climb Championship and was second in the Thompson Speedway at Connecticut back in the day. Set the course record at Yates to Spare Hill Climb in 60, 61 and 62, and also raced at Lime Rock and Bridgehampton, and has since raced obviously here at Laguna, there it is, and Sonoma. So I've done a lot of hill climbs. I would have thought that would be quite a task with one of those big beasts.
Yeah, absolutely. That is, and what a beautiful car.
Yeah,
absolutely,
but that's exactly
stunning.
what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of grunt. A pretty long wheelbase. That's a lot of car to wheel around. But like you say, especially on a hill climb, that had to be exciting.
No kidding. Well, we've been talking a little bit about some world champions like Jenson Button, but I'll tie the two together because, of course, he's racing in a car that Fangio originally raced, and he is now the proud owner of that car, which is literally priceless. But in 1991, Steve Earle upped the game a little bit and invited 5-time world champion Juan Manuel Fangio to the historic, and he came, as did Fraulein Gonzalez, Sterling Moss, Phil Hills, Jack Brabham, and Dan Gurney.
Wow.
So pop that out.
That's a pretty good
Would have been nice to have been here, and evidently the photos were pretty good. But yeah, that was his vision, and I think that, again, just reading that line, that's 1991. And I know that's a long time ago, but it just shows you how much ground he made in the 20 years before that to bring this into being. Because not a lot of people know that it's older than Goodwood, it's older than Lime Rock. And so this particular event really does, allow itself to be called one of the originals, and certainly the greatest historic event in the USA, simply because of its history, without a doubt.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I believe that you can still feel today, as large as this event has become, you can feel that its roots go back to the innocence of just pure enthusiast. These guys had these vintage race cars at a time, like you say, 1974, that's so long before there was a kind of global interest in the motorsports community of collecting, preserving, and investing in those cars. They weren't quite the blue chip investments then that they are now. And they simply wanted to experience what their heroes experienced. So let's get them on a track and invite some of our friends. We'll set up some lawn chairs, and we'll have a very nice, innocent time with these great cars. And there is something about the flavor of that attitude that I feel is still around with this event. And yes, we've got Steve Earle and his buddies to thank for that. It's a great thing.
Here goes the 77C. Seen that a few times. That's Robert Manson, who you mentioned
Robert
earlier.
Manson.
Matt Baldwin, Mercury.
Yeah, great car, and talk about a great enthusiast who's doing it for all the right reasons. He just kind of quietly goes along, preserving these Pebble Beach road race cars, original cars from those races, like I say, and keeps them all on the track, has his friends and fellow drivers race them, and just, you know, a weekend in Rob Manson's pit is a very fun one. Those guys are just absolutely beaming with smiles. There's another Rob Manson car coming through the corkscrew, the Manning Special, with Marcus Bicknell at the wheel. And yeah, those guys are just having a ball. You know, they're racing against themselves, their own lap times. It's not they're not gritting their teeth. They're smiling. They're just having a ball.
Yes, I miss the open-faced days where we could actually see them grimacing and smiling at the same time. I think that's what I loved about the old shots of the likes of Bruce McLaren or Sterling Moss going around a corner sideways. White flag out then, and you know, I was just thinking, you know, we give a lot of credit, as we should, to Steve Earle and his team that started it all off, but also Speed Vision. We had Bobby Aitken in here earlier in the weekend, but the TV coverage of it, and that's an important part as it continues to be so. But I think what I would like to just mention is kind of looking to the future. When you consider what the advisory council for Laguna Seca has put together with the likes of, you know, co-chair Bruce Canepa, who's been part of historic racing forever. It feels like his family very much involved. Andy Prill, Murray Smith, another co-chair. But Patrick Long, you know, we've got Chris McAllister, another great historic racer, and Bill Warner, of course, our Grand Marshal this weekend. These are names that really care about this sport and really want this to continue. And I think when you list off those names, you begin to realize that it's not going anywhere soon. And Laguna, as we all know, has just signed a lease effectively to keep this going for another 55 years. So I would say we've got a lot to look forward to as we look back today.
Absolutely, I could not agree more. I mean, when you list off that collection of characters right there, these guys are unstoppable. I mean, they are a force of nature individually, let alone collectively. And we have a lot to look forward to. I think as the automotive world changes out on the streets with commuters, I think it'll actually make events like this that much more special. These cars are going to become that much more exotic, and I only mean that in the way that the time travel aspect.
Yeah.
It's going to get more and more refined, more focused, just kind of more special.
Yeah, I know, you're exactly right. Well, one man could go home with a happy smile. David Swig, he got a fastest time of 1:44.3, but I'm sure he's going to look down and see what Jensen's was, and that was a 1:47.0. So he'll be pleased with that.
Very nice. Yeah, Lance Reventlow is smiling down right now in his Scarab.
Well, especially as the Scarab beat the Jaguar, he'll be also thinking that.
Well, there would be some of that, yes. Yeah, he was competitive in that way, too.
So
Wow,
David
what a
Swig
great
wins in his wonderful Scarab Mark 1. Greg Meyer, second place. Ed Monroe in third place. And Al Syria in fourth. Jensen Button, fifth place. Brian McCutcheon losing out to Jensen in the closing stages in sixth. Alex McAllister, seventh. Robert Davis, Nick Colonna, and Mark Osborne rounding out the top 10. Well, thank you, David Steele, for coming in and enlightening us. We'll take a short break. The mist hopefully will rise as we continue our day, but it's sat in at the moment on the back of the circuit. Let's hope it rises. Stay with us.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
Well, great racing here then at WeatherTech Raceway. Congratulations to David Swig and his 1958 Scarab taking the win there. I'm pleased to say myself and President and General Manager of the racetrack here, John Norige, we were watching it up from the Legends Club balcony, John, and we got the best seats in the house, haven't we?
We do. The only problem is the fog has not lifted yet, but other than that, it is the best seat in the house.
It will, and we'll allow the fog because I tell you what, the setting here is stunning. The west coast of America is just somewhere that way, I think, and it's just beautiful, so we don't mind a bit of fog. But listen, John, we're celebrating many things this year, but I mean, 50 years of racing, historic racing on this coastline. It's a great birthday.
Yes, and 50 years, it was the first track to have historic vintage racing, which I think most people know. So we have, in the Heritage 10 alone, 30 cars. This year we don't have a mark. It is still the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, but we've invited back out of museums, private collections, many of the historic cars that were the mark here in the last 50 years. And it's been very interesting. People have enjoyed it. This year we have 426 authentic vintage cars, historic cars on the racetrack as well.
It's just incredible. When you walk around here, it's absolutely staggering, some of the cars. And that display featuring some of the marks over the last, however many years it's been, we've had some great chats with some of the guys that have been talking to us about some of those marks. I mean, like Bill Ockerland chatting to me yesterday about the Trans Am cars. He was just great. Tom Malloy. So, there's so many names here.
They all have such huge passion for their vehicles, but also huge passion for Laguna Seca. And that's one thing I've really noticed in the last 5 years, especially with this event. We have several people that love Laguna Seca Raceway.
Yeah, and speaking of people who love Laguna Seca Raceway, the friends of Laguna Seca Raceway certainly love that. And when we talk about a passionate group of individuals, you've lined them up, you've got them right there, and we had a great presentation 2 days ago, 2 days ago as well.
Yes, that was a huge celebration. Yeah. It marks that Laguna Seca will be around. It will get capital investment that it desperately needs for many years to come. It was a very positive negotiations with myself, mainly Friends of Laguna Seca in the County of Monterey. And the county understands how important this park and track is to the economic engine of the county itself. We do a lot of good out here, and now we have a great group of people with Friends of Laguna Seca that will be investing their passion and their dollars into improving and enhancing this beautiful track and park.
And it is a great group of people. Laurie Aberhart and Ross Merrill, obviously, and Bruce Canepa. They've effectively been handed the keys to the place for the next 55 years. They're great custodians.
Yeah, we cut the ribbon, we popped the champagne, and I think I was the most excited than anybody because it really you come to love this place. You know, I'm not a racer. I was in the hotel business for a number of years, but I'll tell you, the passion of the team here that has worked with me for the last 5 years, the passion of mainly Bruce and Ross at the negotiating table, the county, it's a very positive movement. And, you know, this asset is the number one asset in Monterey County. No matter what anyone says, it is the number one asset to the county, the residents. It's all good.
Well, listen, it was a fantastic ceremony. I was lucky enough to watch it yesterday, John. You were up on stage. Like you say, you were very excited. We were excited watching it. And I think what we're actually going to do at this point in time, before we go to the Group 3 race, which is coming up in a moment or two, we're going to take a look at that celebration that happened just 2 days ago. John, thanks ever so much for your company, as always.
Appreciate it.
No, we appreciate you being here.
You guys do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. And these are the best seats in the house. If you're ever coming, get yourself up to the Legends Club balcony. It's coming back.
Burning off.
It's burning off. Let's remind ourselves of what happened here with the Friends of Laguna Seca just a couple of days ago. Well, I'm really excited to say we're down here in the California sunshine, and I've just witnessed a little bit of history because the future of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is now set for the next 55 years, thanks to the Friends of Laguna Seca. And the lady there is part of the team that's made it all possible. Is with you now, the CEO, Laurie Everhart. Laurie, great to see you. What a presentation. Just talk us through what we've just seen.
Sure, Kev. Great to be here. We just had a ribbon cutting and a handing over the keys for the new management contract that Friends of Laguna Seca is the new manager of the Laguna Seca Raceway. And we've got a 55-year agreement that we will be fulfilling and executing to really reimagine, reinvest, and refurbish this facility. You know, it's a beautiful piece of property. It's a beautiful part of the country. And because it's just been underfunded. And we've got the capital that we can raise. We've got some expertise that we can bring to the table, really start this new chapter and have another, 55 years of success here at Laguna Seca. So it's a really, really happy day.
Well, I'm all for that. And I tell you, having been to this event now and this racetrack 3 times in the past already, the next 55 years, I'm looking forward to all of them, if I'm still around. But you got some great names as well as part of the Board of Trustees who are making this all happen. We've just seen some of them on the stage. You're the CEO, but other names, all with provenance, just looking after the keys to this place.
We've got a great all-volunteer board. So it's Ross Merrill, who's a local agricultural person. We've got Bruce Canepa, who, as you know, is in the historics. We've got John Fiber, Ned Speaker, Gordon McCall, and then Jason Rederer. So we've got a great board that's volunteering 100% of their time, really, really busy business folks that want to dedicate their time and their talents to making sure that this raceway stays around for 55 years. So it's very exciting, and a lot of people, as you know, in motorsports feel very passionately about Laguna Seca. It's got a worldwide reputation. It's one of the top 10 race courses in the entire world, the only one in the United States that's listed. It's also the #1 downloaded raceway on gaming systems, so it's got a global audience. People love this speedway, and I'm just happy to be a part of the future and how we can change it and upgrade it and bring it to a 5-star hotel level.
Yeah, listen, I tell you what, the future is in safe hands. I can't tell you that enough. But also as well, this event is this year, the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. Rolex has been looking after the event since 2010, but there's been historic racing here for 50 years. It's the 50th anniversary. It was 1974 when it all started. So there's a lot to celebrate this year, isn't there?
It's a lot to celebrate with the 50th year of the historics and the reunion, which is a unique lifestyle event. I mean, you just walk through the paddock area and you see all these cool cars.
It's very cool.
It's very cool. And everybody should be excited about it. But you have celebrating 50 years here of historics, one chapter, and now celebrating 55 years of the future is kind of the end of the bookends that we're celebrating.
It's a really
historic day.
It is. It's a really nice bookend. That's exactly how you put it perfectly there. Listen, Laurie, thank you ever so much. You're going to be very busy all weekend. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but please do just enjoy it. And thanks for talking to us.
Thanks so much, Kev. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for being here.
No worries. Thanks, Laurie. Johnny, how about that? There are more cars going on track, so I think we'll hand straight back to you. But, oh boy, it's quite something down here in the paddock.
Thank you, Kev. Yes, that happened, of course, earlier in the weekend. This is current play, unfortunately. Well, I say unfortunately, it's still a beautiful day, and it will. I keep saying it will blow off. Trust me, I've been here before. Coming up next, John Morton Trophy Rolex race coming up. David Steele has decided to hang out because he's enjoying it, which is good, and that's the spirit of the event. But I'm delighted to welcome the head of heritage events here at Laguna Seca, and the man I see at 7 o'clock in the morning when I arrive, the guy I see at 7 o'clock at night when I leave, and he is the busiest man here, Barry Tupke. You've got to be pleased. I know we're only halfway through and the stress is still going, and you've been at that level of stress, I'm sure, for several months now, but you've got to be pleased with what you've put together for the 50th.
About this. And the thing that I'm hearing throughout the paddock from the drivers and all of our entrants is they're having fun, and that's the most important thing for me. Is that we're on time, we're beautiful weather. Except this morning we'll burn off, just like you said. It's been beautiful up to
Don't
this
come
very
back
moment.
at 4 and say you said.
Exactly. But no, they are having so much fun on the whole Monterey Car Week Peninsula. We sent cars over to Quail Lodge yesterday.
Yep.
And they had the feedback from them has just been fantastic. And I see one of our guys out here, Martin Delinius, who was here in 1974 race, and he's still racing that Alpha. And
That to me, wow. I asked about him, if you remember yesterday, because I read in the in the lead up about him, and I knew he was coming to the event. I hadn't realised he was actually going to go and take part in it.
Oh, absolutely.
That is a fantastic. So 50 years on from 74 when he raced that Alpha, he's back.
And he's driving clean. He finished, he's gridded on third place on this one. So,
that's amazing.
So he's driving very well. And just, these guys are out here to have fun, showcase their car, and just enjoy the moment and share the car's history with the people in the paddock.
Tell us a little bit about, we've been talking, David and I, about the groups, and we're both impressed. But how did you come to that decision? And it's not just, like I said, it's not just great iconic drivers like Mario Andretti, but each and every one of those drivers, like Mario, though, was innovative in their own time, whether it be with working with Colin Chapman in his case, or as we just had with Briggs Cunningham. And now we move to John Morton. Again, not everybody around the world would know that name, but in his own right, a fantastic driver, but also perfect guy to have as part of one of these groups.
And in particular, John Morton has been up here. He's driven many, many years. He wasn't able to make it this year. But we wanted to name the groups. We wanted to honor them. And when we started selecting the names, obviously we asked for their permission. And there was a few of them that's like, oh boy, are they going to do it for us? Are they going to allow it? And for instance, Mario Andretti was honored to have a Formula One group named after him. And they know what we're doing. They understand that we're sharing the motorsports history with people. And again, it's the experience of seeing these cars that you just don't get to see very often.
And Barry, before, because I know somebody's going to call you in a minute and rush you off somewhere, but just give me, me and David were talking earlier in the previous group about the original 60 cars that came here, mostly from California, the odd one from Texas. Oklahoma, I think, was the furthest that came here back in the day, back in 1974. Tell me how much it's grown from people-wise to organizational-wise, and how you do this now, because this is no mean feat, and it's a year-long endeavor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I start again tomorrow. Well, I've already started on 2025 plans, very well into it, but it's the event has grown. I started in 1989 with Steve Earle. He hired me to do the public relations, so I've seen it from that period. So I'm celebrating my 35th anniversary. You wouldn't know it now, would you? You wouldn't know it.
No. But you started at 2.
But the event, the whole car week has grown from just the Pebble Beach Concours and the races now to 30-some plus events out here.
Here we go then. Group 3. John Morton Trophy. Race 2. Cars from 55 to 1967. And this period really was a great period for both American racing, but certainly for Laguna Seca. And I think what we're seeing here right now is a great example of what would have raced here, what continues to race here, and what made Laguna such a must-see event each and every year in the day, but also from 1974 to 2, because so many of these cars would have been there then.
Absolutely, and the Pebble Beach road races started in 1950. Laguna Seca was built in 1957 because of racing through the forest just wasn't proper anymore. As the cars got faster, engines got larger, and it was much more than just. It became a very, very popular sport. And when you look at the old pictures, you see hay bales, people standing out there,
trees painted white.
Exactly. I mean, I don't think that could ever happen again. Well, maybe Isle of Man, but. Just the whole process out here has evolved, and the future is going to be even brighter as we move forward. So it's an exciting time for anyone who loves sports car racing and just motorsports in general.
I like this era because obviously it's mainly European cars, but it also shows you the influx of things like Datsuns coming in. The Japanese had a huge part to play. And geographically, this part of the world, the 181 goes round, but it looks as though it's no damage to it. But we never like to see that. That's Peter Smith in the Austin Healey, yeah. Well, he was parked up, and it didn't look too precarious. The race direction have tried to keep things going and on time where they can. We had one spill yesterday that delayed us for a few minutes, but thankfully Scott Dernick came up and filled the time with us.
These are old cars, so obviously, there's leaks, there's oils and things like that we have to be careful of, and we certainly don't want to put people out on track when there's oil spills. It's kind of one of the reasons why we put the ragtime racers, these pre-teen, cars, the 1900, 1904s and 1910s. We put them right before lunch to be able to.
Okay, I was wondering why that.
To sweep the track just in case there's a little bit of oil left behind.
Yeah, Brian Blaine is hopefully coming up, and again, as he did yesterday, to talk about the ragtime. Certainly one of my favourites in doing historic racing, because I love the fact that it totally bookends anything you've got from, when you see some of the future cars, or even, what the latest Gordon Murray edition, whatever it might be. You've always got something to look towards the future here, but to be able to have the ragtimes to start it all off really gives you a perspective. You could bring a 9-year-old, child, daughter or son to this and go, this is the history of motor racing, motor cars.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking to a friend of mine who's first-time visitor here, Honda Racing Corporation, and he came up running up to me and said, I just spent 25 minutes talking to the ragtime racer guys and looking at the cars. And here's a professional in the professional business, absolutely enthralled, looking at these cars and talking to the guys who are under their overalls and period dress.
They went all in, didn't they?
Absolutely.
And the thing is, they have a show. People, if you haven't been here, you really should. Just look up the rag, or go online and see what they do, because it's a fantastic. And they do 6 events evidently each and every year, and they rebuild cars. They have fun. They let passenger rides. It's a fantastic education, and they're very, very accessible. So, is there any particular cars you want to guys talk about in this one? Because while I've got you.
Well, we always have Porsches. Yeah, Porsches are probably our largest mark in historic racing. But it's nice to see we have a Triumph TR4, the Datsuns, as you mentioned, obviously the Alphas, and a popular one, Cameron Healy and the Cooper Porsche Pooper.
Yes.
Yeah, fantastic car.
But again, the Pooper, a good example of what me and David were talking about in the Cunningham group. The Americans combining and working with. What can we do here to make something different?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very interesting car, the East Coast Pooper, as they call it. And great to see it on the track. And in such to me, a very romantic grouping of cars. This takes us back to an era when, college students could buy these cars off of a used car lot. They were relatively accessible. And then on the hill climb, drive them to a Gymkhana event, maybe even take them to Laguna Seca, back in the day in the 60s or early 70s. And these were the sports cars that people usually started in. Many racers who went on to great careers, they harken back to the days of, I remember when I had my first MG, and that got me on the track, or I had my first 356, that got me on the track. And that's how I learned to set up a car. That's how I learned to behave in a race car. And this is a great group that really, really exemplifies that.
And they really set the standard for sports car racing in America. After the war was over and all the soldiers came back from overseas, seeing all those cool sports cars in Europe, that's how they started doing this, and that's form of the 1950 races.
Yeah, absolutely. Between the MGs and the Porsches, you could almost just look at those two marks and say, wow, that really pushed us from the dock and got this whole thing rolling. Because not everyone could afford an XK120. That was kind of a different car. That was a different car. It was a little more adult. But these things, you could wheel them around. They were easy to work on. And to see the cars that are on the track right now that we're watching are just so wonderfully developed. You don't see the body roll. You don't see the the kind of street-driven setup that you see in the old photos. This is kind of where, if a guy raced a 356 in 1958, he's probably watching this right now going, well, my God, mine didn't handle that good. But it's the time that these enthusiasts put in and develop these cars and are probably turning track times they couldn't have imagined. But it's the same machinery. It's the same technology. It's just there's been a lot of learning and a lot of track put down.
And we also have a family out there, Kevin Adair and
right.
Dennis Adair. They've been coming for a number of years, and they took their race cars to downtown Alvarado Street to kick off the whole car week last Friday. And they just come out here and celebrate as a family as well and love sharing their cars with people.
I actually think that that's one of the major factors. If somebody said, what's the essence of historic racing? I would say when I go to this event or SVRA or any others, you see so many fathers and sons, so many wives and husbands going to race together. It's their passion, it's their hobby, and it's their way of being together. Most families aren't together most weekends. They've all got their own interests, but it's amazing how families tend to come to historic racing and be together, either on the track or in preparation. One person prepping the car and the other racing it. And that, I think, is just one example. We've got plenty more, haven't we? We've got Alex McAllister and Chris.
Yes.
Martin Lauber, I know.
I see we're looking at Ranson Webster's Porsche Abarth there. Beautiful car. Ranson's a longtime supporter of the races and loves coming out here.
Currently in 8th position at the moment is Ransom. He's just ahead of Andrew Larson, who was in a good battle a moment ago.
But the selection process in the advisory council, when you get so many entries to apply, to pare them down is very difficult. It's an interesting discussion as a semi-novice that I am
does it get
to
heated?
Talk about tires and rotors and I mean down to the really basics. It does get heated.
I'll bet.
Yeah, and to pick the best of the best, it's tough. We require period photos and current photos. Livery has to be correct, and can't be overpowered.
Yeah, and I do think, and Barry, I think you'd agree that that actually is what is, if you like, if you're talking about the purists now, I think that's what's attracted some of the great cars that are willing to come to an event like this, is they know that these cars are either going to be driven by, we were saying this earlier, somebody who knows what they're doing, or the owner who wants to bring it out because he sees the environment, but also knows that if he genuinely has a, bona fide original car, then let's get with the spirit, and bring it out. Let's not just leave it in LA in a museum.
Right.
Bring it out.
And the owners of these, very rare cars, they don't want to be racing or on track with a replica or a continuation car. So we make very clear standards that we do not allow that. You don't want to have a $1 million Ferrari racing against a $250,000 replica.
And I bet over the years
there might be a driving standard mental set, that mindset that we have to be careful of.
And I'm sure over the years you've had to turn away a few cars and rather miffed owners.
Oh, yes. But one owner applied, this is a number of years ago, and we denied him for whatever reason. And he called up and said, I have to be accepted. So why do you have to be accepted? I'm selling my car, and I need to be accepted, so it raise the value.
Yeah.
Wrong answer.
Yeah, that's not...
Wrong answer.
Yes. That's not the way to go about it. Good little battle here between the 11 and the 15. That's John Ganaway in the 11 and 13th position. Greg Walsh is ahead of him in 15A. And the Datsun.
And it is just a wonderful step back in time to pick up on what Barry was just saying. I mean, to a person like me who I just love vintage motorsports so much, but I'm 54 years old. And even though I grew up in it, my dad was a racer, I was at the track most weekends or some car event, it's what our family did. I didn't see these cars in period. I'm just not old enough. And it pains me that I didn't see them. So thanks to your curation and the aesthetic sense that gets a lot of focus at an event like this, or I should just say this event, I mean, that's what draws a guy like me to this. I get to see those two. Look at that Datsun, that Triumph coming through the corkscrew like that. I'm watching that live. I mean, if I freeze frame that in my mind, that's a photo I have on my wall in my garage.
Yeah.
And to hear the engines, they don't do that anymore.
Absolutely.
It's a totally different pitch. And, if you're on pre-grid, And when the Trans Am cars go out, or the Formula One, I mean, I don't wear earplugs. I probably should, but it's just the vibration. You just don't get that.
Absolutely. It's that time travel that you can't put a price tag on that. That's an experience that very, very special.
Well, Jim Storer continues to lead in his Ginetta G4R and doing a hell of a job out there, and has been doing throughout this race here in the mist. It's not the whole track that's covered in mist, I'm glad to say, so we do get to see them. Michael Sweeney just going through in that 356B Super 90. Beautiful car.
I think it's lighting up out there.
It is.
It's getting much brighter.
We'll blow it away.
As the fans come in. I love it.
Yes, exactly. It's still early morning yet. We've got a full day to go.
And this is our final day, too.
Yes.
We don't race on Sunday anymore. We changed that 2 years ago because we had the pre-reunion Saturday and Sunday. Then we had 3 days of non-activity and then racing again Thursday through Sunday. And our attempt was to really say we need to reduce that lag time.
Yeah.
And you know, not have 3 days, but have the 2 days, repair the cars, work on them, and go racing again.
Well, if you know this event, you'll know that at the end of the day, prize giving is had, fun is had, but more importantly, announcements are made. There is an announcement to be made for next year?
Yes, there is. We will be announcing the next year's celebration for 2025, and very excited about it. I think it's going to be a fantastic year.
There's several people who come in this weekend and said, we're very excited about next year. And I was like, well, because I actually made the point. I was like, what are you going to do to top this? And they said, well, actually...
Wait, who's been saying that? only a few, very few people know.
People on the committee, put it that way.
Okay, good.
So, but yes, and nobody said anything, I assure you. But I went home last night going, well, what could it be then?
I know you're begging. You're looking.
I know.
You're looking at me saying, "Come on, Barry, come on."
Well, I'm doing the classic tease, but guys, stay on the. When you've watched today or you've turned away from the live feed, definitely come back online and go on Vintage Racing or Racer here in the States, and check out your go-to website and find out what the plan is for 2025 here as we go into the next era, I would call it, historic racing.
Absolutely. The dates are going to be August 13 through 16, so book now. I think you'll all be very pleased. As I see the checkered coming up.
Yep, the checkered will be out, and they've had a nice little run, actually. Storer just a second ahead, that's all, of Healy and Walton, taking the checkered flag. And there is that 63. We hardly saw him because we were trying to check out most of the other cars, and of course it's a huge field of some 34 cars. But Chip Storer and Mike Sweeney Jr., that's the entry anyway. I'm not sure if it's Jim or Mike at the wheel, but it doesn't matter because it is a win for the Ginetta. And great weekend had. Thanks, Barry. Thanks for coming up. I know you're a busy man. And again, to David Steele for joining us, and let's head down to Kev Harris for the latest from the paddock.
Well, more great racing, and the view from up here on the balcony of the Legends enclosure, the Legends Club, is just stunning. And look who I've caught up with, none other than Aaron Shelby himself. When you walk around here, Aaron, some of the faces you see, yours included, it's just great. And the names as well. The name of Shelby, Aaron, I mean, it was the featured mark here 3 times, and I think the first of those times was 1997.
Yeah, 1997, they celebrated Carroll and everything that he accomplished, both the racing career and the Shelby Cobras and Mustangs. And then 2012 was the anniversary of the Cobra, and it was a huge celebration that year. Happened to be the year he passed away as well, so I think that just grew that celebration. And then 2015, we had the GT350 anniversary, and that was, again, a great celebration out here. So.
Really good. And as you stand up here on the Legends Club and you're watching Shelby's whiz by, and there's a lot of them here, how does it make you feel? What's it like?
It's really an honor for me to help carry on the legacy in my own little way. So there's a lot of pride in our family that this continues, that the enthusiasm around Shelby is still as strong as it is from 60 years ago.
And we were just having a great chat as well, talking about the famous Ford versus Ferrari battle, and talking about Le Mans. I've never been, but you have, and you get a great reception when you go over there, don't you?
We really do. I was walking around with my Shelby hat and jacket on, and so many people understand Shelby's history at Le Mans. The French are really embracing that, and it was a lot of fun for me to just see the appreciation that my grandfather still brings in that arena.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And speaking about great arenas, here we are, 50 years of historic racing on the Monterey coast. And it's good, isn't it? There's some great cars here, and what a birthday.
Yeah, really, it's exciting for the 50th anniversary here. I always have a good time at the track here. I kind of grew up coming here. My dad raced Formula cars here in the early 80s. And obviously, Carol raced here when the track first opened up. So it's we have a long family history here. And to see the vintage stuff, when I come out anytime I can.
Yeah, and speaking of vintage stuff, your association obviously with Ford is, the history tells itself. And I love the fact that the man with the keys above the door of Ford Motor Company, Jim Farley, he's put himself on pole in his 1964 Shelby, hasn't he?
He has. He ran a GT40 at the Le Mans Classic last year. He runs his Cobra out here all the time, and he runs to win. And it's really exciting to see that. He was close with Carol. They had a great relationship, so that relationship continues today.
Yeah, and we had a good chat as well with John Norigi a moment or two ago, and John said Jim Farley is one of those guys that you have to remind that this is gentlemanly racing, right?
He does. He puts a lot into it, but it's exciting to see that enthusiasm.
Great enthusiasm, and Aaron, always a pleasure to catch up with you. So enjoy the rest of your day. I'm sure you're very busy.
I appreciate it. It's going to be fun out there today.
Yeah, it really is. Right, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, more great racing from what is arguably the best racetrack and historic race event on the planet. See you in 2.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other, full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll wanna find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement, and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Touareg.
This is the show where two pros in two different worlds come together in Monterey, California. Today we pair professional race car driver ready for his race at Laguna Seca with a local soccer star from Monterey Football Club. This is Monterey Pro v Pro.
Hey, how are you? Good. Mason. Nice to meet you, Pierce. Nice to meet you. So what are we up to? Yeah, so we're here at Cardinale Stadium, home of Monterey Bay FC. It's beautiful out here. Yeah, this is a really nice area. The stadium's only a couple years old, and the team's new to the league, so really excited about what we're building here in Monterey for the soccer community. That's cool. So if we're gonna play soccer, we gotta do it right. Here's a little gift from the club. Hope you enjoy it.
Let's check it out. Oh, check that out. It's got the race number and everything. That's pretty sick.
How comfortable are you out here on the field?
Dude, I haven't played soccer probably since I was in 6th grade.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
it's been a long time.
Hopefully we can improve your game today.
Yeah, I hope so.
Point in the stroke, we're going to work on ball control. So let me show you how it's done.
Getting fancy on me.
Just like that.
All right. P1, I already screwed it up. Oh, I missed. I missed. It's worse than you thought.
It's good enough. We'll give him a passing grade, but barely. All right, so now we're gonna give you a couple shots from the penalty spot. See if you can score on me in the goal.
You need gloves?
I don't think so. I saw you shooting. I think I'm fine.
See how it goes. See, he knew it was coming.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That was good, though. I actually had to save it.
Hey, man, it's easier than the control part.
All right, last one. Game on the line.
I was going for the corner. Well, now I gotta see how you do it. Wait, am I actually supposed to block these? I'm nervous, man. I saw the kicks earlier. If it's coming too hard, I'm not even gonna go for it.
I won't shoot it that hard.
Oh. Oh. Can you at least call it for me so I have a chance?
Tell you which way I'm going?
Yeah.
All right. You're left.
All right. Man, that was a blast.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
was fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming out.
Dude, I could come out and watch a game. Where should I get some tickets?
Yeah, you can look on our website, just Monterey Bay FC, and then in any of our social media, it's the same thing, Monterey Bay FC.
Sweet.
So come out, yeah, we'll show you a good time.
Thanks for giving me some tips out there, man. I think I need another like 10 years of training, but let's take it over to Laguna Seca and I can show you a little bit of my office.
Sounds good. Let's do it. What's up, man?
What's up, dude? How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, so we're here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's one of the most famous tracks in the world. It's really cool. It has a 5.5-story drop right there in the middle, and this thing's the Hyundai Launcher N. It's kind of like the race car that I raced that we won last year in, and man, the grip it has around here is insane. What we're gonna do is we're gonna run through some autocross courses here, then we're gonna hit the track and take you down the corkscrew.
Cool, I'm ready for it. Let's do it.
But if you're gonna be a race car driver, you gotta do it right.
Look at
Here's the
this.
suit.
Thanks, man.
All
Gotta
right.
throw this on. How's the suit look?
Looks good, man. You're looking proper. So we have a little autocross set up. You're gonna take this Hyundai Launcher N through it. So I'm gonna take you for a rip, and then you're gonna jump in there and show me how to do it. The goal is do not hit any cones and go as quickly as possible.
Okay. Damn. I will not be doing that fast. Getting close to it.
So,
yeah.
looks like you're up.
Good to go?
Yeah, good to go.
All right.
All right, then you go hard left here, and then left, and then accelerate, and then hard on the brakes. There we go.
Okay.
Let's go. I'm gonna coach him down to a sub 20. Let's go. Let's take a short break and we'll head over to the track.
Sounds good. See you there.
Ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go. I guess you haven't been on a racetrack before. This is crazy. Pretty calm. Yeah, I'm just trying to be cool. Pit lane. Wow.
That was crazy. I didn't know what to expect, but that was crazy.
All right, so here we are, top of the corkscrew, and this is one of my favorite places to watch the race, and you can kind of see all the way to the bay.
Yeah, it's awesome up here.
You play like right over there, right?
Yeah, not too far.
Mile away.
Yeah, not too far. How can I come and support you race?
So you can check out WeatherTechRaceway.com. You can go to any of the races during the 2024 season, but you got to come to the IMSA one. It's awesome. Last year we were able to win here at my home track, and hopefully we can do it again.
Awesome.
So at the end of the race, if you're on the podium, you get to spray some champagne.
Okay.
So take your thumb. You're like a garden hose. All right, you're gonna give it a good shake and start shooting it. There you go. They usually do a cheers.
Cheers.
This is Monterey Pro V Pro.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's going to happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
Welcome back to the Rolex Reunion for 2024. Looking so much forward to more races to come. Part of the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion of 2024, now in its 50th year. And yeah, you can see the mist yourself just above the RVs there and heading up the rainy curve. And it stayed in longer than it often does here locally, but 9:45 local time usually does clear by latest 10 o'clock. I've been here many a time where we've had to even cancel World Championship events like MotoGP, or at least delay them. And you can imagine the logistics that go into delaying a world feed when people are tuning in from around the world and all they see is mist. Well, luckily, it's not misty enough to stop proceedings, and that means we can move on to our Group 4 Hurley Haywood Trophy. Now, Hurley Haywood, arguably America's greatest road racing endurance driver. And when you look at his record, I think you can understand why. 5-time overall winner of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, 3-time winner at Le Mans, and 2-time 12 hours of Sebring. And he's only the 3rd driver to complete the informal Triple Crown of endurance racing. It also includes the 1988 Trans Am Series title with Audi and 2 IMSA GT championships. So I think as we look ahead to our cars from 1981 to 91, pretty much the time when Hurley was at his very best, these are IMSA, GTP, GTO, FIA, Group C, Trans Am cars, all part of Group 4B, and we've also got 4A as well later in the day. But we had some great racing from this group yesterday, if you didn't tune in. Look at the 53 of Jim Hay in that Pontiac Firebird from 1984. I certainly didn't think in 1984 that these would be classics, but they are now. Watching these cars when I first arrived to the States, Nick DeVitis in that Beretta from 1988, 77. There's the 29 of Steve Link in a Camaro. He had a good run yesterday too. And watch out for Walt Brown Jr. also in a Camaro Coupe from 87. He's a regular here and loves racing at Laguna. Well, it's certainly set fair at the top of the hill, so there's not too much mist up there. It's really just between here and coming into turn 11. There, you see, that's the worst of it at Rainey, and it's just sort of stuck there on the top of that hill. And then once you clear 11 and come onto the main straight, then it pretty much clears up again. But as we saw in the previous groups, you've got to be a little concerned, especially with the power that you've got underneath you with this mist, is that the track itself here will be pretty darn cool and will cool the tyres down at least a little bit, and it can cause problems coming here into 11 under power as you get back on acceleration and want to get the best speed out. Look, there's even wipers on because it's so humid and misty. As away we go. Second race then for Group 4, the Hurley Haywood Trophy. We start from Steve Link in that number 29, alongside Mac McGarry in 5th place, challenging Walt Brown in the Pink Panther as it's called, or has become known. It's Camaro. Seen that car race at quite a few places. A man who eluded me yesterday but has arrived en masse. Marshall Pruitt, welcome.
Mass, it's a great fat joke. Start off the day properly. Look at these hot rods.
The man, the moment that is Marshall. How are you?
Wonderful. Love seeing the formation of Dyson Racing's pro involvement. Done some SCCA junior amateur level. This Pontiac here, first foray into true professional racing, created that dynasty we know today.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Marshall, we know you as Indy, but you've got so much more interest in motorsport. You just proved it. What do you like about historic racing?
Well, I love it and hate it.
Right.
Because so much of what I'm looking at was brand new when I saw it the first time.
That's true.
Grew up working in the sport, mechanic, engineer, open wheel, and sports cars. My first, when I moved over from being a mechanic and whatnot to the media side, my first beat for the first many years, American Le Mans Series, Grand Am. Prior to that, worked in IMSA in the early 90s. So
it's interesting you say that, because I've always been frustrated because I've never come from the mechanical side of it. My dad was a mechanical engineer and tried to give me as much insight as possible. But, you know, unless you're schooled in it, unless you've got your hands dirty and you know what you're talking about, it's really hard to learn the science of unless you're close up to it. I came the broadcast route to racing and obviously followed Formula One, Brian Redman and so on in my day. That was family, really. We went to go and see him race. But I never understood the sort of, if you like, the mechanics of the cars. And I think coming into broadcast as you have, and writing and so on, I think it really does make a huge difference to be able to know that.
So one of the fun points to that aspect, if we look at the leading car right now, Jack Roush Racing, beautiful Mustang, that is a frame. The chassis itself is something that would transfer back and forth between Trans Am and IMSA GTO, change between manufacturers, could be a Mercury one year, could be a Merkur the other, just a straight up Ford Mustang. Very universal tools that were being used, and I love that aspect because the base car was so good. Rules were slightly different, engine displacements would change between categories, but they could effectively take the base vehicle, remove the bodywork, apply whichever Ford Motor Company product they wanted to promote, and change that from year to year. Some of the cars that we see running here, especially out of the Jack Roush stable back in the day, very long lifespans, year after year, bouncing between multiple championships. Just phenomenal. And yet, just like back in the day, very period correct, up front, loud, running hard, and incredibly hard to deal with. The 53 car here, this was a staple running out of the nearby Sonoma Raceway, the Huffaker Racing team. That car, I remember as a young mechanic watching it not only compete locally, but just be parked out in front. This was for sale. This Peterson branded car here. I'm not my eyes aren't sure what color to call that. Greenish, bluish.
Yeah, it's kind of a teal, isn't it?
Something in there. For sale multiple times, been through multiple hands, but yet again, always running, always active, highly reliable.
I think that's what blows my mind every time I come to an historic event. It's just how reliable. I mean, we get through, 8 hours of racing each day, and I mean, you could count on a hand the cars that actually have problems. I mean, sure, some go wide, some miss a turn, or tyres aren't up to speed when the mist is out, but, things happen, but very rarely. I mean, it's pretty cool coming through rainy here with that mist.
V8 monsters in the mist. How beautiful.
I have already used it.
There's a four-rotor up front leading, which is another amazing story we saw yesterday. Mazda with their young MX-5 Cup champion, Jared Thomas, a young lad who's well-versed with 180 horsepower of four-cylinder momentum beneath his right foot. And here he has the equivalent of about 3.5 to 4 of those motors worth of power in that Mazda rotary that he's leading. But wonderful to see him. Colin Doherty here. Beautiful Porsche 944 GTR. Chet Vincennes, a staple of IMSA in the 1980s in particular. Turbocharged four-cylinder motor. This, I love the diversity of the machinery. And again, we hear dominant powertrain back then, but nonetheless, we have a rotary leading, very fast and capable turbocharged four-cylinder motor. Vehicles representing Trans Am, IMSA, and whatnot. Another thing that I appreciate, we have someone running a wee bit slow here, heading up to turn 6.
As soon as we get the number, we'll let you know who that is.
It looked like it might
Jonathan
have been.
Ornston goes through in the Oldsmobile. Go ahead, what are you?
I was just going to say, of the many things that I love about this, you mentioned the pink mobile, for example.
Yeah, the Pink Panther, yeah.
Not something that featured back in the day.
Oh, not? Okay.
No. But that's yet another thing I love about historic racing. They don't all have to be these amazing provenance, have won 1 million championships. In every professional motor race, they're the cars that are in the midfield to the back of the pack. And yet, in some instances, they are living a greater life that they had in the original era.
Interesting.
And we see them running here, a little bit of sideways action for the Buick coming out of turn 11. But this is just phenomenal.
Yeah, that car actually was bought by Walt Brown at Sebring in Florida. And of course, he's from Arizona, so yeah, he's been around too, running that for quite some time. I've seen him at many events.
Another fun thing based on the windshield banner. The windshield banners tell you which era of which series, knowing that IMSA, for example, especially in the 90s, underwent a number of sales, a number of rebrandings and such. So even if you don't know the exact year of the car, if you were around back then, you go, aha, Exxon.
Yep.
I know that's somewhere likely mid-90s or so. Les Lindley, we have former Les Lindley car here. Monster in Trans Am. Something that Les drove. The yellow Camaro about to come by here behind the Buick. That is a car that Les had great success with. Also, some folks forget, he would have guest driver by the name of William Theodore Ribbs, local product from San Jose. Willie T would either substitute for Les or run in a second. All the very, very well-identified yellow Les Lindley yellow. And another thing that did quite often, based on the rules, based on the track, street course racing, Trans Am was involved in quite a bit back then. You were allowed to change motors. There was only a maximum capacity. They would often switch between V6s and V8s. One of the only teams in Trans Am in the mid to late 80s, very early 90s.
Was that longevity, or was it, I mean, obviously it's power, but at the same time, were they sometimes wary of how much they'd used an engine and thought,
More a case of, we're going to the Dallas street course. It has 0.1% grip available to the tires. The track surface
you don't need a V8.
is not a friend. All that raging V8 horsepower would be wonderful, but we're going to waste that. Let's go to a smaller, lighter V6. And around this course, that's going to help performance, but also make more use of the available power and torque instead of wasting it. So loved the craftiness of Les Lindley's team.
Marshall, is this an event you put on your calendar each and every year, or are you?
This is my 20th.
There you go.
So its first happened when I think I was 3 or 4 years old. So unfortunately, I wasn't here for the first. But indeed, my first race here, I think, was in the second year of what was the Monterey Historics, 1975. IMSA Camel GT race. So yeah, this is my home track, along with Sonoma Raceway. Always call that Sears Point, because that's where I grew up as well. But yeah, seeing these cars here, it is a presentation of history for folks who weren't fortunate to see it back in the day. And for some of us older farts, this is just bringing back delightful memories, as we have a little bit of a slight run off the track there by the 31 Oldsmobile.
We've been talking all weekend. I mean, just obviously we're talking America. Whoa, that was a moment. And we don't see that too often. Jim Haig strewn at turn 11, stuck. Let's hope he gets it going. You could see him moving the helmet, trying to...
Apex has been moved about 15 feet out from normal. It looks like great volunteer corner workers this weekend, the track marshals on
Luckily,
it.
they should see him.
Flagging, letting everybody know coming up to turn 11 here that there's a bit of an issue, and we see a wee bit of displeasure in the cockpit as well.
I think that was a bit of frustration creeping in. We're looking at Kras on the 65 in second place in that Roush. Had a good run yesterday as well.
George Kras, just such a great curator, primarily of American rumbling sports car machinery. So many amazing things in his stable. And we have a young pro racer up front leading in Jared Thomas. Not a surprise. We have some Jensen Buttons here this weekend. We have some phenomenal talent. We also have caution coming out here to address.
Yeah, that's not surprising,
Yeah.
Ricky Taylor showed up yesterday out of nowhere.
Having never driven the car, his first lap in the car was lap 1 of the race.
No way.
To which he spent that first lap monitoring Travis Enging in front of him in the Audi, seeing what Travis was doing, and then Ricky lit the wick and off he went and got up to third. So that was fun to watch, and he's headed out here shortly for the second and final race. I don't know where he'll be starting, but I hope it's towards the back to watch him work his magic.
We had Barry Tupke up here a moment ago, and we've had several of the committee as well over the weekend. It's an incredible history. You know, when we started the weekend saying we're celebrating 50 years, it's not of racing, it's 50 years of historic racing. And that, to me, you know, just really puts a pinpoint on just how longevity this event has had, how much support, 24 years from Rolex alone. And that, when you think about sponsors, is incredible. I know Rolex have a huge part to play in motorsport, full stop. But still, to be constant like that, and to be here at Laguna, I mean, there's not many events that have got such a long history, In fact, there are none. I mean, it's longer than Lime Rocks, and we started before Goodwood. So, you know, pretty
I
impressive.
believe the Walter Mitty, I believe 46th anniversary.
Yep.
So drafting close behind.
Yep.
Yet again, getting the field under order here, rectifying matters in turn 11, already swiftly on that by the San Francisco region of the SCCA, their volunteer workers here. But to your point as well, not only do we have this amazing 50-year marker and milestone to appreciate, expressing the importance of historic racing. Favorite thing I've seen this weekend,
go on,
to a higher degree than I've noticed over the 20 years I've been coming here. Folks in their late teens,
yes,
early 20s, and my goodness,
isn't that great?
Not only is it great, what it means is, while most of the cars we're seeing stoke all sorts of fondness and heartwarming memories for graybeards like myself, we can't sustain historic racing if it is all those of us who saw these cars back in the day. We need newer, younger fans who realize, while these might not be the cars that Max Verstappen is racing today or any of the NASCAR drivers are similar, these vehicles are so worthy of being treated as a proper motor racing event like any other current racing series. And so that is the thing I've loved seeing. So much youth. Phones held high, recording at all times, or small video cameras on gimbals trying to take quality imagery for Instagram or TikTok. The culture that we see at, again, modern professional IndyCar, IMSA, NASCAR, I'm seeing so much more of the, quote, kids who follow that. Here, that gives me so much hope for the future that we will be, I don't know if you and I will be here for the 100th anniversary, but there will be a 100th anniversary of this event.
And I agree with you, and I couldn't put my finger on it. I couldn't understand that too. Everybody with their phones out, and you're right, 17, 16, kids, high school kid age, not working, just here as fans, and I've seen it on multiple occasions in historic, and I kind of scratch my head. But I actually think, you know, we have this, you know, joke of in historic
Pace
racing.
cars in, by the way, we're heading back to green.
But we have this expression of, you know, we don't keep them in a museum, we race our art. And I think that's actually what's captured the imagination of so many youngsters, is that it's so dynamic. It's history, but it's actually moving and growling and coming at you.
And I'll throw another thing that I absolutely love and think is part of the youth interest. No disrespect to many of the modern racing series. They're monosyllabic. Spec engines are similar. They all more or less sound the same. The sounds are a massively dynamic part of the attraction of motor racing. You come here, you hear a screaming four-rotor Mazda leading, right behind it, big V8, that Turbo 4 that I mentioned.
Doesn't get any better, does it?
V12s running, V6s, turbo across the board. The sonic enjoyment is massive.
Lovely expression, sonic enjoyment. That's exactly what it is. And it's another true. Like yourself, I went to motor races when I was 3, and I saw some Formula 5000 and some Formula 1 back in the day at Brands Hatch, and I was frightened to death.
Yeah.
My dad reminds me I used to hide behind his knees. But it was just that thunderous sense of anticipation. As they come out the woods, you know? And I just absolutely thought that was both scary and exciting at the same time. And I think that's true of a lot of people who see motor racing for the first time, because it is so unique in that respect when you consider a human is hurtling along in that rocket.
There should be a healthy dose of fear watching these cars.
Yes.
And again, not that they lack safety for the drivers necessarily, but I don't want to sound too nostalgic, but by and large, you come to a Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, any of the other great historic events throughout the world, you will see things that are so different, atypical from what you'll see at a modern race. They're fast, they're incredibly loud, very diverse sounds. Like I said, if they don't scare you, there's something wrong.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, we've restarted after that Jim Hague problem at the final corner, turn 11, and now we've got a nice little Mazda V8 battle at the front, followed by this car, the number 65 of George Crass, now down in third place. Octavio Rincon in fourth, and Walt Brown still in the hunt. Colin Doherty, Janis Overbeek is Dan has registered it for that car. He's come to this event many times before. I know he's based locally because I saw him bring his son here a few years ago. So I don't know if he's in the car right now or it's Colin, but Tom Claw in 8th position, Steve Link, who was in that previous race two groups ago, and Steve Schuller in 10th position. I've got Marshall Pruitt alongside me here, celebrating his 20th year, so obviously a returnee and absolute lover of this fantastic reunion event. Any cars from the anniversary collection, which is stunning this year, that you were pleased to see or wanted to take a closer look at?
I don't want to say that out loud because I plan on taking a few of them home when no one is looking. But
good luck.
That 1986 Holbert Racing Porsche 962, that Lowenbrow livery is just so iconic. That tickles just everything that makes me happy. White flag, by the way, in the race.
Yeah, we've had the white flag, yeah.
Flagger at the start-finish, waving away yet again, always with such great debt and thanks to the folks who volunteer their weekends, provide the infrastructure to make these events happen. But, yeah, the 50th anniversary collection is just phenomenal. And I appreciate the fact that while we do not yet have a vintage IndyCar, historic IndyCar class that is routinely a part of the reunion.
I was going to ask you that. Why can't we? I mean, I know if I'm thinking about my British brethren, they'd want to see some more historic IndyCars.
I'll just tell you that there are a couple of like-minded folks in the paddock that I've been having discussions with on that topic for a few months now. And if everything aligns properly as we get close to the checkered flag here, young Jared Thomas impressing yet again. Your reigning two-time Mazda MX-5 Cup champion.
Yeah, done it again. Second time for the weekend.
Flame spitting, V8 taily behind. Truly a delight to see in a Saturday morning in Monterey.
Yeah, the Roush put up a good fight, but comes across the line in second place, and it will be the 65 of Crass, I think, that comes across the line in third. And there's Walt Brand in that distinctive pink.
But I do appreciate that heritage collection.
Yeah, fantastic.
We have open wheel, we have sports cars. The Garage 56 NASCAR Camaro is there, clear coated after the race, kept all the dirt. That car will be period correct for the rest of its existence.
That's good to know.
Yeah, just loving everything. Ellen Byerly, she works with the Friends of Laguna Seca group, always comes up with amazing vehicles for folks to look at. The other thing I hate about this event, 4 days long. Needs to be 12. I leave every year so angry because I miss 75% of the time I wanted to spend with so many of the cars. Like
somebody's smoking down the front straight. Let's hope it's not going to create too much of a problem, but it might be okay. Yeah, I hear you. But it is a long 2 weeks, in fact, when you put all the 21 events and all together. And some people are here for that time, but I absolutely agree with the over 400 cars we have. You really could spend a good half hour on time trials for each and every car and still have plenty to talk about.
Unbelievable. A living, active, screaming museum.
Well, Marshall, you must be living the dream, though, in current Indy. What a field, what a championship it's now evolving into. I don't think we've ever had a stronger group of talent driver-wise, and also technically behind the scenes giving those drivers the cars they need.
It's phenomenal there. IMSA, I would say. IMSA is really standing out as well with its GTP cars. That class is taking off. Currently have 5 auto manufacturers peak top class, the hybrid GTP class. There'll be a 6th coming next year. We have an announcement I'm anticipating next month possibly of a 7th. Aware of an 8th in the wings. So everything's great in IndyCar. Granted, those cars are now the DW12 Dallara chassis in their 13th season. Qualifies them for participation in historic racing and modern racing at the same time. The oldest active modern racing vehicle. IMSA, on the other hand, newer, definitely cutting edge. The growth there as well. North American pro racing doing quite well, but there's a reason I'm here this weekend for
Yeah,
this
exactly. Instead of
and
Indy.
not
Yeah.
Worldwide Technology Raceway for the IndyCar event, because this is where my heart belongs.
Well, Marshall, we love what you do, and thank you for all you do. Thank you for coming up today, and thank you for enjoying this event. I'm sure you'll enjoy the rest of the weekend and get down and get it back in that media center and start writing all about it. But thank you. Marshall Pruitt coming into the booth here. Let's head down to Kev Harris for the latest from the paddock.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, I've managed to find a little bit of shade from the California sunshine right now under the canopy of BMW, and I'm pleased a bit, I'll tell you, because it's very hot here at the moment. And Frank Van Meel is joining me. Frank, great to see you here this weekend. BMW have got a lot going on, haven't they?
Yeah, actually it is. The combination of this racetrack with Pebble Beach, the Quail, everything, it's just insane what's going on here.
It's a whole week of events, and obviously the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion is just one part of what's going on. But in terms of what BMW are doing here this weekend, well, there's a lot. And just across the way over there, there's the new road car, which is quite exciting.
Well, actually, that's true. We've got the new BMW M5 for the first time now in the US, and also the M5 Touring for the first time in the US, which actually is something really special.
Well, as soon as we're done having a chat, I'm going to scoot over there and get up close and personal to that. But under the race canopy here, there's some stunning cars here, and you're going out in one a little bit later on. Tell us what you're racing.
I'm racing the car right behind us. It's a 3-liter CSL Batmobile from the 70s. Actually, it's quite complicated to drive, I must say. It's got a dock stick shift. So first gear is towards you, and actually it's a synchronized one, but it takes ages to shift from one gear to another. I always thought race cars were easier to drive. Actually, I went out with a road car yesterday just for a journalist trip. It was much easier than that car, but this one is more fun because it's a lot of work.
Yeah, that does sound like a lot of work. So forgive my ignorance, but for the layperson, explain how shifting backwards to first is an advantage. What's the thinking behind that?
Well, I think the thinking was always when you start, you have the more difficult way, because then when you're driving and you need to shift up, it's just boom forwards. Yeah. And you need the second gear most of the time here, so it fits.
That's really good. You're going out, I think it's a little bit later on. What time do you say, about 1:40 or 1:20?
Yes, 1:40.
You're up against Zach Brown of McLaren fame. He's going out of BMW in that one as well, and his garage is just over there. Do you think you're going to be able to beat him?
Well, I don't think so. He was really quick yesterday and the days before, actually. But there's another guy, Travis Okolski, who is right behind him, chasing him all the time. That's going to be, I think, very interesting to see the BMW M1 Pro car and Zach Brown fighting against each other, because that has been one of the, let's say, dogfights of the past 2 days.
Yeah, and the dogfights is exactly a great way to explain it. It's gentlemanly racing with some priceless automobiles, but when you get out on the track, you guys absolutely love it, don't you?
Yes, then something changes. When you're in free practice, you let everyone pass to get a little bit of leeway and free track to get a quick time, but then when the race is on, it's a different game.
It certainly is. And another racer who I just met, Thomas Plodzinski, what's he racing? One of your guys also going out today.
Yeah, he's in the car behind the 3-liter CSL. It's the M3 E92 GT car, and that's a really nice one. It's easier to drive, I must say, but Tom is really quick in that one.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled for both of those. Johnny Green in our commentary booth will be name-checking you throughout. Just give us a heads up what you ordinarily do in your day job when you're not here having fun at Laguna Seca. What's your role at BMW?
My role at BMW is CEO of BMW M, which includes all the series production cars with the M logo on them, and also the motorsport activities. That's why I like it so much to be here, to have both sides at one event. But normally I'm working on series production cars and trying to make them happen and bring them into the markets.
Well, listen, Frank, thanks ever so much for talking to us. I'm going to scoot over there and have a look at that car, because I can tell you it's absolutely stunning. So if you're anywhere around the site here at Laguna Seca, stop by BMW, come and have a chat to Frank and go and have a look at their new road car. Frank, thanks ever so much, and best of luck out on track.
Thank you very much.
Right, don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll take a short commercial break right now, but when we come back, more action from the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll wanna find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca, and look, I told you it would go away, and it has. You see, we've blown it away. We've got all the fans up in the RVs to start blowing, and that's what happened. Now we have clear blue, puffy clouds and clear blue sky looking over the peninsula, and I think it's just going to get more beautiful by the moment. And that does mean, though, that it'll be a lot less tricky on track as it starts to heat up and give a little bit more feedback to those tyres. And we turn our attention now to Group 6. That's the Ken Miles 60s GT Trophy. And as I said before, we are naming all our groups this year after men and women that have been a huge part of the innovation and history of their era. And so Ken Miles was a name that has become now famous because of that Ford Ferrari movie a few years ago. But Ken Miles cut his teeth here in California with the likes of Carroll Shelby, George Foreman, and many others. And yeah, it's great to honor the great Ken Miles, who should have had the triple crown of winning Daytona, Sebring, and Le Mans in '66, but Ford wanted a photo finish, and so he had to kind of lift off a little towards the end. But a great driver from Birmingham in England, not far from where I hail from. So great to be able to celebrate his amazing contribution to American racing. And I'm joined for this group by Lindsay Jesh and Hank Jesh, who are the purveyors of the Roadshow podcast. And I'm guessing based in California, guys. But first of all, tell us about what brings you to Monterey and why.
So we are diehard car enthusiasts. We love driving. We do open track events, and we love all manner of things automotive. So we are thrilled to be here. And my dad is crewing for our family friend Bob Stockwell, who is actually driving in this class.
Oh, well, we'll have to make sure we feature him in this. And Hank, same for you, or is she taking you here?
Oh, no. I brought them.
It's your
here.
fault.
Right.
It's my fault, and our friend in number 15, 65 Mustang, Bob Stockwell.
Yep.
Like I said, just zip-tied a couple of spots and sent him on his way. So he'll be in about the middle of the pack here. I tried to talk with Jim Farley this morning to see if we couldn't hook a little tow strap to the back of the Cobra.
What'd he say?
He has plenty of power, but he's got a duel going on with the Corvette, so he declined gracefully.
So he appreciated the offer, but
Yes.
no thanks.
No, we appreciate the chance. I've told everybody this automobile association has gotten us into more places that we never should have been.
Yeah.
Gotten us adventures every single year, some of which we probably should have been in jail for, but it's a thrill every year. And bringing our granddaughter with us, and our daughter here is such a thrill.
Before we go racing, tell us about the podcast.
So it is all manner of things, car talk, car adventures. Like my dad said, we like to joke that constantly we're looking at each other and saying, we have no business being here. How did we get here? This is amazing. So we're sharing our adventures. And my co-hosts and I, Alan, Ryan, and Dan, we all hail from very different parts of the automotive world, and our areas of interest are very diverse. So it's interesting drives, events, and car adventures that we've gotten to have that week.
Well, as you can see, we're going on another pace lap, and I think that's just more a safety concern, making sure that everybody's up to temperature. And just give us an insight. I always enjoy getting stories. When you see the cars parading around here on the pace lap, you think, oh yeah, they just turned the engine on and off they went. There's always so much going on in the background. Somebody's missed a tire or whatever. Somebody's not fueled it properly. Whatever the drama may be, each and every one of these cars will have had something.
We always say we've been so lucky over the years to come up, check the oil, put fuel in, and go. But there are those weekends when you're basically trying to rebuild the car between events. And that becomes a little busy. And so we're looking forward. The car's still out there and they're ready to go.
Well, and this weekend has been no exception because you got to replace a major
all
part.
forms electrical.
Yeah. It keeps it interesting, makes it for a dynamic experience.
Oh, no kidding.
Well,
Well, we've got a massive entry of some 34 cars in this, so I think Ken Miles would be smiling if he came down because he'd drive every one of them.
Exactly. Well, and our friends, the Park family, are all driving. Lynn, Steve, and Tim, they're also in this class.
And it's interesting to see the number 8 Le Mans Tiger, which we had the good fortune to see run at Goodwood last year.
At the Revival.
At the Revival. And one of our club members owns the prototype Le Mans Tiger that is not here today. But in talking with them last year, they said they were going to bring it, so it's great to see it.
And Rob Stockwell is the man you're talking about?
Yes,
Bob.
Bob Stockwell.
Yep,
Bob Stockwell,
correct.
yes, of course.
That's right.
And he's in a fastback GT350 65.
Yes.
He is.
Keep an eye on it.
It's an R clone.
Orange headlights.
Okay, we'll
Right
keep
there.
an eye on it.
There we are.
So going up the Ray Hall Straight, and from the drone looking high over, and you can see the mist now just trying to fade away into the distance, thankfully. Had a beautiful day here yesterday. So how many times have you come to this event?
Since 97.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, so we were at the Lincoln debut the other night for the new Navigator, which is gorgeous, by the way. And someone looked at my daughter and said, "Oh, is this your first car week?" And we all just started laughing because she's 11 and this is at least her third time here. She started coming when she was 2. So we have been very fortunate to have.
If you're not careful, you're going to have to start buying cars because she'll want to go racing.
So I got to take her out in a passenger session at Willow Springs.
That's the mistake.
It was 100%. I said, you never know how it's going to go. And when they ran the checkered, she was hooting and hollering. And when they flagged the checkered, she was very disappointed we had to come in.
I'll give you one more, local story. Ross Merrill, well known here, part of the committee. His son, Thomas, a Trans Am champion, used to go around with his mum in club Porsche racing here in the lunch break. And then he got the bug and is now a TA2 champion.
Right.
All I hear from my granddaughter when I take her around the track in our race car, faster, Papa, faster.
Faster, yeah. Well, it looks like we're doing another pace lap. So I'm going to look up that.
It's good to see a Bizzarini here.
Yes.
They're few and far between. Wonderful car was at Goodwood last year and has been here. But it's good to always see one in the race.
Yeah, no question. I think that's what everybody does enjoy, is to actually, everybody loves to get, go around in the pits and paddock and take a look at close up to these cars. But to see them in action and to hear them roar, that's really what it's all about.
It really is. You mentioned that, and I think we were lucky enough to meet Carroll Shelby and become friends with him, especially towards the end of his life.
What a legend, eh?
Truly. Well, and the first time we came here in 97, we brought the 66 GT350, and it was unrestored, still in beautiful shape. But Carroll came down the line of all these restored Mustangs, and he told my dad, never paint it. I love it. It means you're enjoying it, which is what I built them to do.
Certainly got a good crowd here today. I was watching down in the paddock earlier this morning about 9 o'clock, and already the main paddock for the anniversary group. And boy, is that a group. I'm sure you've had a look at that, but it's just mind-boggling, isn't it?
No, I've been a little busy with my head under the hood.
Sorry about that.
But today and tomorrow are the days.
Right, now we get to go look around
yeah.
once this race is over. Well, and we get to go check out the kids' zone, and my daughter will be evaluating that and enjoying it. She was very excited to see the golf carts as we came in this morning. Go-karts, not golf carts.
Go-karts, absolutely.
Well, they should be all warmed up and
ready should be ready to go now.
Rechecked.
In fact, they'll probably be frustrated by now because it's getting hot.
Right.
And they haven't. The problem, nobody seems to understand this. When you see cars on a pace lap, it looks very sedate and very, in control. But the truth is, most drivers are panicking because you're worried about the heat going up.
Right.
You're worried about mechanical grip for the tires, especially when it's cool like this. Brakes being up to temperature because you're not using them. You're getting hot because the air that you normally would, the engine's getting hot.
Right.
But Jonathan, they go through a routine. They know on this pace lap, and they use it well to heat the brakes up. Even though they're going slow, they're on them hard to heat them up and keep them hot. It's not so much, they're not going to get a lot of heat in the tire here at this pace, but they can warm those brakes and get things, well in hand.
And guys, if you're wondering just kind of the quality of this field, let me just pick out that 1962 Cobra, the number 97. That's just one of that was the 10th Cobra ever built, guys. Raced here on the West Coast, Riverside, Laguna, and out there today here in 2024. It doesn't get much better.
And it's here out there driving. So how often do they, this is unusual to have this many pace laps.
I do think that maybe they were a little bit worried about the temperatures and just making sure that the track was okay.
Here it goes.
Here we go. Green flag waves though now, and we are away in the Ken Miles Trophy. Take 2, Group 6. Off and running, and Jim Farley dominated this race yesterday, and he may well do again, but it's great to have Lindsay and Hank on board to tell us their thoughts. They've also got some skin in the game, as you have heard, as Bob Stockwell out there representing.
Exactly. Well, and this is such a fun class because it is truly competitive. Jim Farley is a real racer, and it makes it really, really fun to watch.
There's so much going on with Ford right now, and you almost, when you see somebody like Jim doing this, you don't think about those boardroom meetings about this high at top of the world CEO. You think of a regular guy.
Right.
And I think that has got to help him in his job.
Exactly.
not an easy position to be in, especially in this current climate with all they're doing, coming back to racing in such style at the moment. Gilbert Hakim coming through in the 110. That's another Ford GT350 in black. Here he comes. Yes, the cream one there.
There's Jim.
And pick out any of your favourites, but you've already said that you didn't get much change from Jim Farley offering to drag him around with his Cobra, but he's already off to the races. He's got a Corvette behind him.
Hot on his tail.
They are very close. There's just a few hundredths of a second between those two, and it'll be like that the whole race.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it
so
will
if
be.
someone hiccups...
Well, that's what makes this field so much fun to watch, because it is a real race.
Well, for a lot of people our ages, this was the iconic class through the 60s, the pony cars.
Yeah.
This drug us all the way through the 60s until we hit the oil embargo, but this was the time when sports car racing really came of age.
Yeah, and I think America, once it developed sport car racing, and a lot of it started here at Laguna, no question that it caught the eye of the international world. It started bringing drivers like Sterling and many, many others. Sterling Moss I'm talking about, and you know, they were the best at sports car racing at the time, but they wanted to come to America to race the cars, and I think people like Phil Hill kind of, you know, obviously being a Californian, set the benchmark and for others to follow.
Well, and take that in reverse too. When Shelby developed the Cobra, his whole goal was to go to Europe and race against the best. So it transferred back and forth across the pond.
That's the automotive equivalent of the grass is always greener.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've had a lead change.
Yep, that's Rob Walton we're looking at in the number 10 in the Cobra 289. Has Patrick Byrne got him? Yes, he has. There you go. So out of 10 they come, and it's the new leader. It is the Corvette from 1963 of Rob Walton leading the way. Through comes the 8. That's Christopher Baton, who you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And the Sunbeam Le Mans Tiger. Why do you like the Tiger so? Just because you don't see it that often?
Well, they only built 3 of those cars.
Okay.
So, and one of them was a mule that didn't race, and 2 of them were. So it is an iconic car to represent this class.
Well, it's raced around the world. It's raced at Goodwood, at the Le Mans Classic, and the Masters Race Series. Raced at Le Mans in 1964 in its first year.
Yeah, so it is amazing. It is just one of the several cars that there were so few built, and they're still racing. To be able to come up to this event and watch these cars race is truly a treat.
Yeah.
Well, the race at the front is really hotting up nicely as we go back quite rightly to see how Christopher's wheeling. And he's doing rather well in 4th place, just ahead of John Fudge and Chris McAllister. No mean feat to hold those 2 off for very long. Tim Park behind them in 7th, and Nick Colonna. So he's got some work to do, has Baton in the number 8. There's some pretty handy pedalers behind him.
Definitely.
Still a little bit of cloud in the distance away, but as you can see, it's clearing up nicely at the top of the corkscrew. You know, I hate to say it, but TV just belies just how steep that is.
I was thinking that too. If you know, that is quite an experience to go over the corkscrew in a car.
Yeah. When you first turn left and drop over and think, where did the racetrack go?
Yeah. I do the same. When COTA was built, I live in Austin, and I walked up the first corner, to the first corner, and hadn't realized that you literally, in a Formula One car, go blind for the best part of 2 seconds, which is nothing in a Formula One car, but you have no idea what is over the edge of that hill.
Right.
Especially at the start of a race, if you're in the backfield or the midfield.
Oh.
Somebody locking up an Andretti?
Looks like it.
Baton.
That was Baton, wasn't it?
But that's routine. He's been doing that every lap.
Well, he's being chased by this man, John Fudge, and Fudge is well known for his exploits in historic racing. So, not a surprise to see him pounding down the road behind him and probably putting him the fear of God into him a little bit.
Right. Keeping it competitive, which is what we like to see.
I like it.
Yeah, with this group is quite interesting because you'll have a group at the front that's going to be pretty close, and then a little bit of a gap, and another group, and about 3 groups that all run time-wise. So you've got a race going on all the time.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you almost have 3 races within this because you have several groups that are competitive amongst themselves within the race.
That 66 Bizzarini that John Fudge is wheeling, originally used as a test mule. I think you said that for the other models.
Yeah, to see these cars driven is just incredible. And, you know, you love when people get out and actually use them for what they were designed to do, and these guys get out and drive them.
So what's on the agenda for the podcast this week? I'm guessing Monterey.
It'll be all Monterey for the foreseeable future, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'll bet. Well, you've got plenty of material.
Well, and especially with 4 of us, and we've all done different things. The itineraries have been very different. You know, we've been very lucky to kind of cover a lot of ground. So to a degree, we'll be catching each other up, too.
Yeah. Well, Chris McAllister starting to make a late run now. Trying to close the door, or close the gap anyway, between what's ahead of him. Chris in that 64 Shelby American car, in 6th place overall at the moment. One of 5 FIA Roadsters here at the moment. Originally driven by Gurney at the Targa Floria and finished 8th. The quality of this field is stunning, isn't it? Every time you read out a stat like that, it's like, what?
Right.
Yeah.
I know. When you think of the histories of each of these cars, it's incredible. You know, take any one of them, and they have an incredible, incredible history. And then, again, you get to see them being driven and actually raced is so incredible.
Well, I'm sure in your line of work you get to drive a few cars. Do you tend to go with historic or modern?
I like a good mix of both. I'll drive anything. We recently got to drive father-daughter Cobra rally, mini rally, and it was really, really, really special. I was in a 289 and my dad was in a 427. But, you know, if you're in traffic, it's nice to have creature comforts, too.
Correspondingly, this is the 50th anniversary of this event. It's also the 50th anniversary of the Cobra Owners Club. And we showed the evolution of the Cobra from a 166 Barchetta all the way through the Cobra line with the original cars.
That's pretty impressive.
Never have been shown before.
Watching Tim Park coming through here in the 91. And that's a beautiful 1963 289 Cobra. God, it sounds awesome.
And that car is basically a street car.
Yeah.
It, talking with Tim the other day, it has bolt-on wheels, nothing really special on it, with the exception of the roll bar. But they have been pushing that car for years.
Well, and we're very lucky to have so many friends in this field. I mean, we win either way.
Yeah, as you say, that has been racing at club level now for, well, since the 60s. So, yeah. Here's your battle for the lead.
Oh.
I'm right in saying, or am I? No, that's a further down battle. That's 161. Excuse me. Looked like it for a second.
It did. That's the number 8 and 9 spot?
Yes. Yes, Kelowna, that, yeah. And the 6 of Johnson.
Still competitive, though.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going at it. Let's head down to Kev for the latest from the paddock.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, how about this? Just standing down here in the paddock area in the middle. I'm catching up with someone who I would call an old friend now, because we've had a chat a few times at this. Bill Patterson, phenomenal artist. If you've never seen his work, check him out online. Super website, super Instagram page. But Bill, you're always a busy man at the Rolex, and tell us what's going on this weekend with you.
Well, I'm just excited to be part of this great event again. I did the official poster, which involved a whole lot of homework, and I got to learn so much about the history. Obviously, I've been here for a lot of years, but there's a whole lot of history that came before my arrival, and it was great getting into it and learning and actually drawing 29 separate cars in 3 faces of marks, because we've had 29 marks, including plus the 3 individuals, Fangio, Gurney, and
who would be the other one?
Carol Shelby. Sorry.
Of course,
I
Shelby.
can't
Of
believe,
course, it would be. It would be Carol Shelby. But we were just chatting to Aaron Shelby a moment or two ago up on the balcony. But and it was Fangio in 1991. He was one of the 3 individuals who's been the featured feature of the event. And you got quite a funny story, I reckon.
Yeah. So I was assisting another artist who had arranged to have Fangio sign these prints, and it had been very, very laborious and very time-consuming. And I reminded these guys, hey, I lived in Argentina as a kid. I speak fluent Spanish, Argentine Spanish to boot. And so I helped them. I went to the assigned a suite at the hotel on the 18th green at Pebble, and knocked on the door. And who opened the door but Froilan Gonzalez, who was a hero of mine when I was a kid growing up in Argentina. And here he is, the bull of the Pampas, looking at us like, who the hell are you guys? Turns out one of the funniest human beings on the planet. Anyway, we came in the room. We all were introduced ourselves, and there were several people a part of the Fangio group. And one of them started chatting to me in Spanish, and quickly sized my quality of Spanish up and said, "Hey, I've been with Mr. Fangio for a week. I've got so much other stuff to do. I'm his translator whenever he comes into town. Would you please be his translator for a day?"
No way.
So I said, is this a trick question? Like, hell yeah. So I got to hang out with Mr. Fangio and the entourage and Froilan for a day, and telling people such heartfelt stories about how much he meant to them, and how gracious he was to every person that he talked to. It taught me a lot about how to treat people, and what a great human being he was. He was a fantastic guy.
That is a great story, and there you go, kids. Pay attention at language classes in school, because you never know when it's going to work out, right?
That it worked for me. And I got to go watch him take the W196 out on the track, and he was supposed to be a good boy and follow the pace car around. And we're all back in the paddock waiting for him to get done so he could keep signing autographs. And all of a sudden we heard the crowd go nuts. We're like, oh shit, what happened? And then you hear the car go, wah, down the front straight. He passed the pace car, scared the Mercedes-Benz execs. They were nuts. They were freaking out because he was going around the corner sideways and really getting it. And when he came back in, he parked the car, he came over to the signing table and very discreetly took his helmets off, took his goggles off where no one could see, and tears were streaming down his face. He was wiping his tears off. Very carefully sat back down and was so gracious to the next person, the next person, the next person. It was powerful.
That is a great story, Bill. And interestingly, today here at the Rolex, you're going to be the one sitting down at the autograph signing table. You've got to do a bit of a session.
Yeah, I've got some posters to sign, and again, I'm very, very proud how the posters came out. It represents a lot of work on my part, and so much great history at this amazing track. You know, I have to pinch myself when I get here, like, yeah, I've got to remember to do this, that, and remember to be grateful about the fact that I get to be here. Well, it's amazing.
We certainly are all that, so that gratitude is far-reaching for many of us, Bill. What time are you doing your autograph session?
Well, I think I'm 15 minutes behind schedule, so I better get down and get to business. But thank you for the opportunity to tell this story. I love telling it.
It's a great story, and thanks for telling it. So there you go. If you're on site, come and have a chat to Bill. Come and get an autograph, and if nothing else, check him out online and just take a look at some of his art. His art is incredible, and he does it. You do it really quickly, by the way. You did one live 2 days ago, very quickly.
Yeah, I love doing live work, and it turns out it's been a bigger and bigger part of my business is getting up on stage and. You know, I'm such a show-off, I guess. Who knew?
Hey, come on, we all are a little bit.
That's
Bill,
right.
a pleasure, as always. Johnny, how about that? Great story. Back to you.
A great story, and one I may add. I'll embellish because it came from the program. But evidently, Fangio was just... he was behind the pace car, and he kept saying to the pace car, go faster, because all he wanted to do was put on a show for the folks. And eventually, he forced the pace car almost off the track because he was going so fast that the pace car just couldn't hold it. He skidded off, and that's when that roar that Bill just described happened. So great days, great moments, great stories. We'll take a short break, but as you can see, they're coming in to black flag this race for now. So join us after this break.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Reunion 2024. Would you believe it? 50 years of racing here at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And we've just had a fantastic announcement over the weekend that it will be extended, the time here at Laguna. And the friends of Laguna Seca working very hard and diligently to create a situation where they've got the funding and the wherewithal to go for the next 55 years. So very, very important times here, and a real turning point in historic racing here in this part of the world, because for many here in the USA, this was the original. It began back in 1974, and this year we celebrate 50 years of bringing wonderful historic races. Of course, racing began here back in 1950, and it's not bad when you have a local guy called Phil Hill, who was fairly handy, I believe, one of two American Formula One world champions, and we honor the other one, Mario Andretti, as well as Phil Hill this weekend, and Mario's got his own group. But I'm here, as we've just finished kind of early, with the Jeshes, who have their own podcast, Roadshow podcast. But while we've got a bit of lull in the proceedings, let's just finish up. What will you be doing for the rest of the weekend? And what can you look out for on the show? You said everything's going to be Rolex for the next few weeks. Sorry, I cut you off there. Say again.
We'll be sharing our behind the scenes, taking everybody with us on all the adventures we've gotten to have this past week. We'll be going to Pebble tomorrow and check that out, and can't wait to see all of the cars there. And we'll be going, my daughter and I will be going to see the kids zone and the infield here at the track and go check that out for her and see the karts and just soak it all up.
And also tonight is annual Shelby Spirit of Shelby dinner, where the Spirit of Shelby Award will be given to Mr. Jackson of Barrett and Jackson.
Oh, wow.
So we're looking forward. Carol Shelby's grandson, Aaron, will be there.
Oh,
Peter Miles.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to seeing and catching up with all our friends.
21 events, I'm told now. Beginnings with 60 cars at this event back in 1974, and the Monterey Motor Week has just exploded.
It's exploded.
Uh-oh, we're in trouble.
Again?
Yeah, again. But thank you for coming in, first and foremost, and enjoy the rest of your weekend and tonight. That I'm envious of. Hopefully we'll see you again this time next year. Again, give a plug to the podcast. Where can we find it?
It's called The Roadshow Podcast, and it's available on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you find your podcast. So please join us, check it out.
Johnny,
thank
you
so much. Appreciate you guys coming
in. So
in.
Much.
Very good
Thank
insight.
you so much.
And I hope Bob did okay.
Yes, we'll go find out.
All right, we've got a little delay here in the proceedings while we clear up some stuff. We had to finish that race a little early. But coming up, it's the Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance. That's our next group up. That's Group 7, and I have Andy Prill coming to join me from that, so we'll be taking you through that. But we'll take a short break here from Laguna, and when we come back, hopefully we'll be getting closer to racing itself.
You know, folks, it's great up here on the final day of the Rolex Motorsports Reunion because there's change-ups that happen, and we're okay with that. We like the changes. And one of the changes we found out about is we're going to have an honorary starter for you and guess who? Scott Pruitt. You're good. You are just that good. That's why Scott Pruitt could be an honorary starter for this event. He's going to be on a different side of the starting flag. So this is the Legends Cup of Endurance. Now he's reading a little blurb at the very beginning. Says Scott Pruitt is one of the best sports car racers of all time. Quite a title. A California native who began his career karting at the age of 8 years old. Pruitt broke the record for the most IMSA wins in 2016 when he won his 60th race. He has 5 Rolex Grand Am championships, 2 IMSA GTO championships, 2 IMSA GT Endurance championships, and 3 Grand Am championships. Good company. And this is also the last call. We're going to be doing the Women in Motorsports photo op. It's going to be happening in about 5 minutes at the Rolex clock in the paddock area. Where the women and allies of women in the industry is joining them at the paddock stage at 11. Just 5 minutes from now for a photo shoot will be incredible screen to drive the industry forward. We're at the 1 minute mark for on-track activities for Group 7. So don't forget, folks, Minnesota James will be there, and a very special car will be produced for the photo, so don't miss it. That's at the Rolex clock in the paddock area near the stage. Okay, we've got 27 cars running for this one, Armando. The Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup. Great group of cars. 1991 to 2011 IMSA, ALMS, Grand Am, FIA, and World Challenge cars, and the race line just getting underway. As we go through our
Well, as you can hear and probably start to see, the roar of what is our next group, the Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance. And as Monty Python once said, now for something completely different, because this really is. We're moving forward in time, and I've got the perfect guest, somebody who's been coming to this event since 1998. He's a Porsche expert and owns Prill Porsche Classics. He is Andy Prill. He was with me yesterday. He's part of the advisory council as well, so he's pretty much across it at all times. But Andy, well, welcome again. This is very different. Now, before we get talking, I'm going to go down to the paddock real quick and find out what Kev's up to, because he's up to no good. Kev, what are you up to?
Break. Oh! Hold it. All right, we're still on.
Stop. This is not looking good. And here he is.
Carbo, listen, I'm doing a terrible job of a lap of Laguna Seca here. This is quite embarrassing, by the way, but just talk us through what Cooler Master are getting up to this weekend.
So we're basically coming here to Monterey Car Week, trying to introduce our dynamic simulator here. Full steel, 14 different racing positions, 57-inch screen monitor, doing some time trials, first, second, third, gets prizes.
It's really good, I have to say, but I am notoriously terrible at video games and sim racing, but this is quite something. And
well, I don't know about notorious. You're doing pretty good.
I don't know. I've crashed twice.
That's better than most. But yeah, we're trying to create a system here that pro drivers can use as a tool, car enthusiasts can get on and get better, and people can just have some fun on.
It is a lot of fun, and this seat that I'm sitting in is just remarkable. It's crazy. Yes. I'm getting every bump. When you're smooth, oh, this is the corkscrew. Oh, my days.
Oh, okay. Almost.
You get every bump. Like that, rear-ending it into the tyres. But you get every bump, but when it's smooth, it feels smooth.
That's the point. And what we're trying to do here is that you sit you in the F1 cockpit, because this system here can rotate rally cars, trophy truck, GT. You can do a simulated diesel truck if you want to with the same system.
That's phenomenal. And also as well, you got some pretty cool looking PCs, your machines. Yeah. A Shark and a Sneaker.
That's right. So we have the Sneaker X, Shark X, both are gaming PCs, designed to look cool and still perform as well.
If people want to find out more about them, where do they go? How do they find out more?
Coolermaster.com.
Coolermaster.com. Well, listen, I'm going to check this out, but there's probably a whole host of people behind me now watching it. This guy's awful.
Yeah, we've been busy all week, but you know what? People keep coming back and we love it. That's what we want people to get on, enjoy it, come back and do it again.
It is really good. Now, if I concentrate on what I was doing, I think I could manage it. But,
you can all see it.
Look, here we go. I'm getting back.
I see it.
That was the Andretti hairpin a second ago. Here we go now. Link it up. Here we go. Oh, I'm on the green line. I'm on the green line. Here we go. Under the Mother's Bridge.
Clean.
Brake now.
Brake it. Hit it. Gear down. All right.
I'm not. You know what it is? I'm forgetting to gear down.
Gear down. Yeah, that's it.
Coming up to the corkscrew now. Here we go.
Hit this one hard. There you go. Bam. Good. You got it. Now this it. Here we go. Corkscrew.
Oh,
better
than last time, in so much as that I didn't crash.
Right.
But you know what I forgot to do? I've not been gearing down. I've not been hitting the paddle shift. But this is not easy. And one man who'd like to have a go, but I reckon also he wouldn't do very well, is our commentator, Johnny Green. So as I put it into the tyres, I'm going to hand to Johnny Green. Johnny, come down and have a go at this. Come
a rare sighting of Cavino Harisanano from Mugello in Italy. And as we know, Cavino, with his Casio watch, famous for the sponsorship there, has been trying to get a Rolex for a long time. But there he is, Cavino on the sim, about the best he could do, and adding a new touch to the proceedings here at the reunion by going backwards down the corkscrew. Well done, Cavino. Yes, we'll have some more hijinks from Mr. Harris, I'm sure, later on in the day. But he's having fun, isn't he? And we go to Group 7 now, where we get a bit more serious. And turn our attention now to the legends of endurance. We saw these guys out, Andy Prill. I introduced you, but never got to give you a chance to talk. You are a busy man. You're part of the organisation here. Your thoughts as we go into the second half and latter part of this event?
Sweet time for me. I love this event. After 4 days, it'll be a sad when the last engine switches off tonight. I'll be as sad as anyone and anticipating next year, and we're working hard to deliver that as well.
Well, PJ Hyatt in that green Orica you saw yesterday absolutely blitzed the field. Will he do the same again here in our Legends of Endurance? And what a field we've got. Audis, Porsches, Salines, BMWs, Audis, all out there.
And flagged away by the honoree, Scott Pruitt. He was on the flag station, and I can see him from here, and he's obviously very happy at his efforts.
Yeah, and the regular flaggers are getting a hug, and obviously what a thrill for them to have a legend, quite literally, of the sport from California, achieved so much, and really this is his era. And as I again emphasize, great idea by the organizers to do this by driver, to associate an era with an American driver or innovator.
It was a big departure this year. We've always sort of described groups by the cars. This year we decided to honour these drivers with a group name. And I think it's really worked. Some of the drivers have made it, some unfortunately haven't, and some are no longer with us, but we honour them nevertheless, and their families have agreed to us using their name and honouring them in this way.
The timing of the Parnelli Jones obviously could not have been better to June 4th, I think it was, just down the road, passing away and dying of natural causes at 90. We miss him already, the great Parnelli Jones.
Absolutely, what a legend.
So the legends, here comes that Audi. Travis Engen at the wheel, another legend. And that car, well, you only have to walk up to that car to see who drove it and where it raced. It is, without doubt, the most race Audi R8, I think, in the world.
Without doubt, one of few in private hands as well, and what a pleasure to see it racing here. Travis, a long-time supporter of the event, always here, always fun, and supporting us with bringing a fantastic car.
Lauren Beck's there in the 996 RSR from 2004. And it raced for the Flying Lizard team at number 145 that just went through shop between 2004 and 2006.
A prolific team, Flying Lizard, and we always enjoy having them here with their unique paint schemes and their
they were the original, weren't they? At putting something really wacky on the side and everybody going, wow, that's the Flying Lizard.
Unbelievable. My friend owns a Troy Lee painted car, and he reckoned the paint's worth more than the car.
Good luck. So what has startled you this weekend? There's always got to be something that you probably heard was coming, but then you thought, wow, there it is.
It's just a smorgasbord, isn't it? It's just too much. I find it so difficult to decide which of all the cars I would like to drive. Someone asked me the other day, and I'm just sort of blindsided by it. I really don't know. I'd like the pick of a car in every grid for sure, but it takes some thinking about it because there's so much choice.
Yeah, and I love the spirit of the event that continues to this day. Ricky Taylor currently second at the moment, a current driver, remember. Just showed up yesterday. He'd never driven the car. The first lap he did in the car was the first lap he'd ever done in the car.
That's typical of what happens here. It's a little bit weird, but I think we're unique in that respect.
Yeah.
And what a car as well, that Acura Honda. Not a car we're used to seeing in Europe, but they've had so much success and continue to do so in America.
Max Moritz in the 17, the 997 RSR, just ahead. In 7th place, ahead of Beggs. Lopez now up to 6th. Pappas now 5th. Travis Engen, who we've seen. Scott Durnick out there. He's been in the booth with me earlier in the weekend. Hopefully get him back again. And number 66, Taylor. Ricky Taylor, as we just talked about, chasing down one of his peers in PJ Hare.
PJ, what a guy, PJ. I mean, a team owner. Some of you will be familiar with the WEC and the IMSA series where he races Rexy, the 911, and Spike, the LMP2 car. What a supporter and what a driver. He's putting on a great show for us here this weekend.
Yeah, no kidding. And he wasn't holding back yesterday, that's for sure, in the Mean Green machine, the Orica FLM 09.
And he's got some stiff competition today. I think Ricky Taylor's on it, and Scott, who hadn't enjoyed too much reliability, has suddenly got his car going, and they're all pressing hard.
Good. So what about the organising of the event? I mean, I want to overemphasise, this is a year-long project. This isn't something you throw together, come June. This is something that really is in the making, starting tomorrow.
Yeah, basically, we have a short breather now. We'll review the success of the weekend, and we'll also have to look at the areas we'd like to improve. And as we said yesterday, It's a new era for the track, with Friends of Laguna Seca taking control. We've got a clear plan now, and we've got the opportunity for investment to improve things further.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Corey Friedman in the 14. 993.
Yeah, this grid is always going to be dominated by Porsches.
Yeah.
They're custom of GT programs. This is a new grid for us. We're trying to bring a younger car here to see if we can attract a younger audience. This year was a bit of an experiment, but we've got quite a nice mix of cars. There's the Ferrari 458 blasting up the hill.
Well, you've got the CEO of IMSA here this weekend, so I guess that's a good guy to attract.
Yep, John Doonan's always here.
But he's a friend of Laguna, has been for many years.
Yes, I served with him on the committee here for many years. What a guy. Lives and breathes motorsport, and IMSA couldn't have a better person in charge, frankly. It's amazing.
Yeah, when I think of Tony Perella, John Doonson, of course, Roger Penske, we really do have some capable hands at the helm of running the different categories of motorsport here in the States.
Yeah, and starting to see that nationally. Yeah, with the LMDH program at Le Mans, seeing more IMSA involvement there. We had the Garage 56 car in 2023, that monstrous NASCAR. So, yeah, the sport is in good hands here.
I'll talk about current drivers. He's not quite current, but Tanzan Bell is not here at the moment, but he did take part earlier in the weekend, and his car, the 23 with Jeff Sigel at the wheel, is running in 10th position. Townsend, on the other hand, has joined Lee Diffie and the team at the IndyCar race, but he was here yesterday. We interviewed him, and again, somebody absolutely backing historic racing.
Hopefully in this group we'll now we put a marker down, we'll start to see some GT1 cars out there that were the fantastic, for me, those cars were the fantastic part of that era, 96, 98, 99, with the Mercedes, the Porsche GT1, the McLaren. It would be wonderful if we can attract some owners to this group in future years and expand it further.
Well, there's certainly a lot of cars out there, isn't there? I mean, they've all been looked after very well. I mean, you think the Masters, the Riley Scotts, Master Riley RX-8 out there, GT Grand Am. And you've got so many series, Grand Am, ALMS to choose from to get these eras of endurance cars.
Yes, we have. But, we need attention. There's a lot more cars out there. And to get a more varied field. This is a great field. It's very colourful. They make the right noise, and they're generally very, very well driven in capable hands of their drivers and owners.
Quick glimpse there of the 93 of Christopher Frank in the GT3R, number 93, and there's the 56 of Thomas Blasinski in the M3.
What a great car as well.
I know, great. Classic colours. BMW colours with the M on the top. Can't miss it.
BMW, another long-term supporter of this event, back this year with some great cars from their collection.
Yeah, you could almost do a documentary on just Porsche and BMW's growth in America and how it began, how the dealers did it, how the interest started, why they chose to come here, how they got the march on the other marques, how the other marques followed, how the Japanese then came, and so on and so forth.
It's incredible what they achieved, but they could never ignore the American market.
No.
The car sales here, the enthusiasm for cars, the number of cars they sell, and therefore racing was the way to crack that market and demonstrate their products in front of what was then a more partisan audience. Americans would tend to buy American cars. That's no longer the case.
I lived in Asia for many years, in Hong Kong, and I was amazed at how many Mercedes I would see. And when I look back about how they went racing in Southeast Asia, around the streets of Singapore or in Malaysia or, of course, at Macau, they would import these Mercedes over, and just like Australia and New Zealand, they would leave them there after the race and sell them to a local. And so that proliferated, and then suddenly the dealership started growing up because the parts were needed and so on. So Mercedes certainly learned their lesson. They did it here, but they certainly did it in Southeast Asia. They absolutely dominated.
Porsche too. In the 70s, with all the Brumos cars and the Penske cars would come over, do the races, and they'd invoice them $1, and the car would stay here and be sold on to a private owner.
Yeah.
While we've been talking, we've missed Taylor taking the lead.
Oh, he has, yes. We didn't see it, but Ricky Taylor now leads this race in his Acura ARX. Of course, he's a factory driver, so he has to have something that fits him.
Yeah, and here he comes, up to 5. And we have Acura here this weekend in the paddock suites. And later on, you're going to see a spectacular 1960s Formula One Honda.
Ah! Is Takuma going to drive it?
I don't believe so. It's one of the Japanese drivers who's going to drive it today.
Okay, fair enough. Well, he is a Japanese driver, but I know what you mean.
Yes, sorry. One of Honda's engineers. Sorry,
I'm being rude.
No, you're
I'd
right.
I'd love to see Takuma here though, because he's a great character and a huge Honda. Yeah, I read an article about him the other day saying he loves looking back at what he could possibly drive. Oh yeah, we got a race on. Blue flags are waving. Here comes PJ.
Yeah, but Ricky's pulled out a little bit of a lead in the traffic, using the traffic well.
Yeah, about 3 seconds at the moment between Ricky Taylor leading this race of PJ Hyatt. And there is Hyatt in the 99, the Orica. He had a great day yesterday. He rolled around the circuit.
He certainly did.
4 race wins back in 2010 in IMSA. Team championship winner.
Nice to see that he's also just a bit of a moment on the curve there. He's obviously pushing hard, trying to close that gap to Ricky. Oh, someone had a spin behind him.
Tell you what, they're all pushing on, aren't they?
Yeah, they are indeed.
I love that paint scheme, though. It's great. Oh, that was the 93 that went round.
And he's stuck. Oh,
Christopher Frank.
Oh dear.
To be frank, you're in a mess.
Yeah. That's going to bring a flag, I'm sure,
I'm afraid.
in that position. That is a shame.
Yeah, you could tell by the wheel spin that he was just going deeper. So, oh well.
Occupational hazard, I'm afraid.
That's exactly it. It's better than having debris. It's better than having oil on the track, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've had a bit this weekend, which is something we try to mitigate, and avoid, but not always possible. There we go, full course yellow.
Yeah. Ricky will be real pleased with that.
They're doing a quick pull, get him out of the way. Good. Something unique to America. We don't do this in Europe. Most European racers would be horrified at the prospect.
You're right. I'm often surprised when I see it, but when it is that simple, and everybody knows what's going on, and everybody's aware of it,
it works.
It can be done. Yeah.
Never seen an incident in all the years I've been here. Quite funny yesterday, though, talking to Jensen Button, because our flagging here is slightly different. So in Europe, if there's a red flag, you immediately stop racing.
Yeah.
You drive back to the paddock and wait further instruction very slowly. Here, you obviously don't brake very suddenly, but the instruction is that you slow down, you stop, hopefully in sight of a marshal's post, and that is completely an alien concept to someone who races in Europe. So, and the black flag is basically the red flag where you go back to the paddock. So
paddock, yeah.
Jensen was, let's say, questioning the
the rules.
The rules, yes.
Well, I think it was David Hinton that told me he did a one-on-one because Jensen wasn't here early. He didn't go to the driver's briefing, so he did a one-on-one.
Yeah, we have to do that occasionally with some of our celebrities who have lots of other commitments on the peninsula and obviously in demand. Oh, we've just gone green again. So Ricky's,
here we go.
PJ closer, and the Riley and Scott now. But I think that he can't be lapped, surely.
No, I don't think so. Is that Dernick in second?
No, Dernick is in third. So there's PJ gone to second, giving chase to Ricky. Now their tyres will be a bit colder than they were.
Well, we've certainly got a race on now. Now, how quickly can Taylor pull away, I wonder? Well, you can see it from above. He's certainly gapping him quickly.
So that's Richard Groit in the
Yes.
Riley and Scott. And let's have a look. Where are we? Well done. In 11. So he was lap, yeah. Interesting. He was moving through the pack quite quickly.
And he's a great driver. You know, he does Formula One.
Yeah.
In fact, he's got 2 or 3 groups, I think.
Yeah, and a McLaren Can-Am car as well. So he's not shy of powerful, fast racing cars. That's for sure.
Now here come your leaders then in our celebration of Scott Pruitt and the legends of endurance racing here at the Rolex Reunion 24 as we celebrate half a century of racing.
It's funny really talking about the more modern cars. I was talking to a chap in the paddock yesterday, Don Davis, who was here in 74 with a GT40. If you think about it, in 74, a GT40 was only, it wasn't that old a car.
No.
But it was here, our first classic race on the peninsula.
Yeah, amazing.
Taylor pulling away again.
Absolutely glorious. A feast of historic motor racing, revving your way throughout the day. It doesn't get much better. And they've been doing this style since 1974. And hats off to those that have taken a part over the years in making it happen and keeping it going, more importantly. Longevity is the hardest part. It's all very well to put it on one year and have everybody celebrate, but to do it year in and year out, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, and you can't say enough about the volunteers here. We rely on them very heavily. It's another thing that Friends of Laguna Seca are anxious to improve on further and reward our volunteers and get them up where they should be in numbers. Interestingly, we had some marshals here yesterday, mostly marshals that I recognised from Goodwood, and they were expressing an interest in coming over.
Oh, that's great. Checkered flag is out then, and Taylor did the business. And, well, PJ got a win yesterday, so Ricky's got one this time. And he comes over the line in second place, and I think Scott Durnick is going to come across the line just ahead of Travis Engen in third place.
That's a good effort by Scott. Very good effort.
Very good
driving
indeed.
that well.
Yeah, he's going to come up in the booth later. Well done, Ricky.
And he can talk.
Yes, he can. Yeah, no, he came up a couple of times yesterday. It was great.
He's a great guy. He's very knowledgeable, actually. He's very knowledgeable.
So that concludes our Group 7 here at the reunion. And the day's starting to brighten up here. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from the 24.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. How about this? Down here in the paddock, I'm just chatting to a fantastic gentleman, Keith Doucette of the Petroleum Museum. Back in the early 60s, there was some people who understood a little bit about aerodynamics and getting some ground effect and some downforce, and some understood it more than others. And the designer of this car, well, he was fully on top of it, wasn't he?
Yes, we give Jim Hall credit for ground effects in the automotive industry. He was the innovator of it, and this car is where he got a lot of his advancements from. In the first year that the car was raced, you know, they were going for a neutral lift on the front end, thinking that was better. And as Mr. Hall drove it, as he lowered the nose of the front end, he got more downforce on the front of the car, and he says, wow, that really helped. So then he's put it on the tail of the car, and, you know, the downforce equally balanced really was a new feature that other guys hadn't really thought of.
And the other thing alongside the downforce as well, the power to weight ratio was quite something with this car. But he had that added advantage of getting it to stick to the floor.
He did. You know, when he designed, this was the first car that Mr. Hall designed on his own. He had raced a previous car that was a front engine, chrome-molded tubing and all, but he told his partner, Hap Sharp, I want to start from scratch and build something. He says, I have an idea. I want some lightweight material. So he came out with a composite tub that no one else had at that time, which ended up being a 1,510-pound car with 430 plus horsepower. So the power-to-weight ratio was also very good.
Yeah, really good. And then in terms of success with it, it worked for him, didn't it? Because the race wins, well, the record speaks for itself.
It does. In a 3-year period, it was entered in a total of 39 races, and he won 22 of them over that period. And also, one of the other questions a lot of people ask him is said, well, how did you come out with such a beautiful design? He says, form to function. The wheel had to move this much, put the clearances around, and he says, that's how it ended up looking when that's all performance that caused it to look that way.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really interesting. And also, we were just chatting about the tires at the back there. Yeah. The rims kind of evolved as the tires got better. So that was kind of like a bolt-on add-on as things happened as well.
Absolutely. You know, when Firestone came on as a manufacturer supporter for him, the tires at that time were very narrow. They were 5 or 6 inches, so they had a traction problem. And also, Jim had these rims that were 2-piece with an O-ring in the middle so that he could expand the wheel. As Firestone started building a wider tire, he'd pull it out, and he kept pulling it out. And one time, Firestone says, what are you doing? He said, I like a stiffer sidewall to be stiffer. And so it ended the result by 65. You see how wide the back tire was. So they didn't have a traction problem anymore.
The back tyres on this thing, if you get a chance to see it, if you are here at the Rolex, come and have a look, because the rear tyres on this, they're really quite wide. Hiding under those flared sort of arches, and little bits were bolted on as well. There's like an air duct to give the driver some cooling, and that was sort of bolted on in later life as well.
They did, you know, as when the radiators in the front on this car, so as they started lowering the front end, you know, more and more hot air was able to come into the cockpit. And at the 65, they came out with that air conditioning system, we call it.
It's really fascinating. Now, let's just tell me what you do, because you got a great job. You're the kind of, not the curator, but you're the custodian of this car, making sure it keeps running sweet when we need to get it out.
I maintain the cars, and like Jim said, I want the cars to be exactly like they were when they're built. We don't modify them. We keep them original, and I take the cars out at least 3 a year, probably more when we can, and keep them running and all. And when they're not running, they're stored in the museum at the Petroleum Museum in Midland, Texas. So anybody that wants to come and see them, they're all there dedicated to a wing just for these cars.
I would recommend you have to go and check that out for sure in Texas, the Petroleum Museum. As well, also, beyond this, high wings, suction from underneath. It didn't stop here, did it?
It did not. He got so much ground effects out of this car that he ended up putting so much downforce pressure on the suspension. When he designed his next car, he said, I want to move that wing to the rear supports and soften the suspension back up. So that's how that 2E with the high wing came out, and just another phenomenal success for him.
He kept on reinventing things, and the regulation changes said you can't do that, but he's like, all right, I'll try this, you know?
That's exactly correct, you know, and then his famous car from the 2J, the sucker car, which he said, okay, if they're going to outlaw my wing, I'll come out with another way. So he used those fans to suck the car to the ground, and back then in 1970, they could turn 2Gs in a corner, you know, unheard of. and they outlawed that one too. So he said every time I build a better mousetrap, they outlaw it.
Keith, listen, it's great talking to you, great stories, and as I said, do go and check out the museum in Texas. You got a busy day, you got a lot of people, a lot of interest for the car?
It's a very popular car, and we're amongst good company and all, and we're just proud to be here and thankful they invited us and all. So.
Keith, thanks ever so much. Great talking to you.
Kevin, thank you.
Right.
Good talking to you.
No, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. That's what the Rolex is all about, folks, learning some great facts about some great cars and meeting some super people. And it's going to continue when we come back right after this.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll wanna find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, and on track now, something I always enjoy and something that kind of gives full circle to an event like this, because this is where it all began, and it's the Ragtime Races, the Velocity Invitational of velocity that you love to see in terms of speed that is created by the most basic of cars. Brian Blaine is with me from Ragtime Races, and it's just great to have this exhibition, this invitation of these old cars that you guys work on so lovingly.
You know, it's such a kick to see what things look like 110 years ago, and this is about as close.
And perhaps those seeing Ragtime for the first time, tell us a little bit about the history just of this group, because I find it interesting that the people I've met, each and every one of them, have been totally dedicated to this, and you always put on a good show. I think 6 now across the country.
Yeah, this year, this is our 6th show this year, and we're all the cars are individually owned. The drivers maintain their cars and bring them to the various events that we do. We formed a non-profit organization that we're dedicated to sharing with people what racing looked like 100 years ago. And we bring out not only the cars, but the drivers themselves try and look 100 years old. And we have a 100-year-old shop set up so that people can see what the race tools look like and what a shop looked like 100 years ago. And the whole idea is we want people to experience what racing used to be at the dawning age of racing.
And Brian, everybody's familiar with the name Ford and Buick and Duesenberg perhaps, but now we have things like Napier and Packard and Romano Stuyvesant, and things that go hark back to the aeroplane engine times, the Hudson, the National. I mean, so many names that have now gone.
Yeah, you know, I picked up a book that I think was published sometime right around 1920, and by 1920 there had already been something like 600 or 700 car manufacturers that had already gone out of business before we even started thinking about cars existing. It was a time in history where everyone saw the future of the automobile, and everybody thought that this was going to be their way to get rich, and everybody with a blacksmith shop started building cars, but only a few survived. And then, of course, by the time the Depression came around, that really cut the ranks hard. And then there were the natural merges that occurred between different manufacturers. And it wasn't uncommon to see a company like National, which was one of the big ones back at the turn of the century, be out of business by 1927, even though they'd won the Indy 500 in just about every race there was.
You know, it's funny when I hear people not complaining, but talking about the era that we currently live in and how fast technology is going and how fast AI is coming. We don't know how to understand it. We don't know what to do. Well, I look at these cars and I think of the innovations and the progression and how quickly we went from airplanes to fast racing cars, and ingenuity and innovation that took place in this sort of gap of 10, 20 years. It accelerated like the kind of technology we're talking about that we're dealing with today.
Yeah, and it was so fast. I mean, there were periods of times when cars were faster than airplanes, and then periods when airplanes were faster than cars, and it would flip-flop back and forth depending on the changes in technology. But since there wasn't any baseline, car manufacturers, especially racers, would basically try whatever they thought would work well. And in some cases it didn't work. In some cases it worked great.
Well, is it the Locomobile Model 1?
No, this is actually the
Hall Scott
Aero engine. With the Aero engine. This car was actually built back in the 80s from an original set of plans from 1917. Hall Scott had been building aircraft engines for many years and powered airplanes during World War I and later. And they had planned to build a race car in 1917. All the plans were drawn up, everything was ready to go, and then the war came along, and the plans just sat on a shelf somewhere. Dick DeLuna found this, and they recreated this car from the all original parts that they could find, and it's an exact example of what Hall Scott would have built in 17 if the war hadn't come along.
And right now, the Ford Racer in all yellow, number 4, holding off the number 5 and putting in a good show. But that's another one from Ford Motor Company right there from Dearborn. And, yeah, another beautiful car that I've seen many times here.
Yeah, that's Ed Archer. That's a quick little car. That's a 100-mile
He
an
owns
hour.
that, right?
Yeah, a little Ford is a 100-mile-an-hour car. It's amazing. And he has driven that car all across the U.S. He actually drove it from coast to coast. He dipped the rear tires in the Pacific Ocean and then drove it all the way across the U.S. and it got to New Jersey and dipped the front tires in the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, it's got a long history of being, well, it was found in the 50s in Long Beach, and the same race body is on the car today. Obviously, they've fettled it and looked after it and made it look nice, but that all the yellow that you see there wedged in between those two big monsters, that's its history, all the way back down to Long Beach back in the 50s.
Yeah, that's right. Number 21 is a Hudson.
Super 6,
that's
yeah.
That's a 1916 Hudson. That's a very advanced engine for its time. It has a balanced crankshaft and able to rev much higher than
so how do they go about balancing the crankshaft?
They put counterweights on the crankshaft. Prior to that time, no one had ever thought to use counterweights.
Okay.
And so they vibrated aloft, and if you revved them very high, things would start breaking and falling apart. By putting counterbalances on there, they were able to prevent that from happening and gave them a lot more RPMs. 31 is a 1910 Buick that was the restoration was just finished on this. It's driven by Chris Helling.
Buick 17.
Just finished a restoration on it, and a quick little car. Still fiddling with it a little bit, but he's got it running really well.
How many people have you got working with you now?
Well, out of the group, we've probably got close to 50 cars that participate with us each year, and some on the East Coast, some on the West Coast. We normally don't have more than about 15 or 20 cars per event. But altogether, there's probably in excess of 100 people. And we've got lots of people building and restoring cars so they can participate with it. It's been very popular.
Well, that concludes our exhibition, the only exhibition of our 13 categories, but it's certainly one of my favorites, and certainly when the crowd sees them coming in the paddock, everybody makes a beeline over, and they do a great job of dressing in sort of era wear, and Brian's right here right now in his dirty overalls. But, if you're here at the event or you want to come out and see the Ragtime at any of the 6 events in the States, do come out. Look them up online. They are very welcoming. They'll tell you the history of the cars as Brian's been doing. You may even be able to talk yourself into a ride around the track one time, but well worth it at any historic event. The Ragtime Racers, delighted to have you as part of the 50th reunion here at Laguna Seca. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from Laguna after this.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll wanna find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So, I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
Thanks, Johnny. Welcome back to the paddock where the sun is absolutely scorching. The weather is almost as hot as the atmosphere a moment or two down here at Acura. Mike, great to see you. Thanks for taking the time to chat to us. Just across the way over there, I've got to tell you about this because if you are at the Rolex, come and see the car that's just sitting just off camera over there. We're going to talk about this one. But there was a hell of a noise going on a moment or two ago over there, Mike. Just talk me through what just happened over there.
Yeah, that's an incredible. That was the startup of our RA272 F1 car. That's the car that gave Honda its very first win in Formula One, and we are celebrating 60 years of Formula One for Honda right here today, so it's incredible to have this car here.
Yeah, so you got to come and see that one as well. But what's interesting as well that folks might not have remembered or realised is as soon as you build a road car, then you're into racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Within 1 year of making our first car, we built our F1 car and sent to the track. It's in the history of Honda. It's in the history of Acura. Racing from day one.
Same on the bikes and same on Acura now as well.
Same on the bikes, same on the cars. Acura, we've been a brand for just less than 40 years, and we've been racing since day one, since Acura came on board.
And just between us here, so there we are, but between us, we've got, you know, your latest iteration of your race car, and it's an absolute monster, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We're standing in front of our Integra Type S race car. Right next to it, just over as you look and see the yellow car in the background, that's our HRC prototype, made its debut at Monterey Car Week this week, kind of looking to the race car parts that can make it to the street for you.
I mean, that street-going version of the race car just looks terrifying for me. How is that even street legal?
Oh, that's absolutely, maybe on the edge of street legal, but it's incredible. Take the race car and put it on the street.
So, a lot of buzz down here at Acura this weekend. Have you got cars out on track as well, or what's happening?
We've got cars out on track. We actually just finished up. Ricky Taylor, one of the best endurance drivers in the world, currently drives our ARX 06 race car, GTP car, obviously the electrified version of it. Went analog today, got in the ARX 01, first time in 10 years, driving an open cockpit car, and just took that car to a win just about 15 minutes ago.
That's awesome, and I think excitingly, he's going to be joining Johnny up in the booth a little bit later on, so that'll be a nice bit of commentary chat that Johnny will look forward to. That's going to be exciting. And also as well, just kind of, you know, talking about, losing my thought from my head is scorched in the sunshine.
It's hot.
It is hot out here. It is hot out here. And what can folks get up to when they're coming down and chatting? Have a look around inside as well?
Yeah, absolutely. You can take a look at everything, all the way from our Integra Type S right here, the HRC concept, the ARX 01s in the paddock here, and of course the F1, the RA272 that we just talked about. So you can see a little bit of our heritage on every end of the spectrum on display and out on the track.
And the guys over there with the Heritage, the F1 car that's over there, they're just revving it, aren't they? And the crowd's coming because of the noise. They're doing a little bit of a burnout stationary.
Yeah, absolutely. That thing sticks out. You can hear that from a long ways away. The sound attracts people, and shortly we're going to see that thing out on the track.
That's going to go out on the track as well, is it?
It's going to do some exhibition laps out there.
Well, that'll be phenomenal. Listen, Mike, thank you ever so much for talking to us. It's been a pleasure. Like I say, your man's going up to join Johnny in the booth a little bit later on, so that should be good for some chat. And enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Enjoy it too, and come down and see us.
Yeah, definitely do come out and check them out. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, the racing continues here in the scorching California sunshine.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll wanna find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca. As you can see, all the various different exhibitions and vendors are out there in full glory in the sunshine, showing their wares, selling their stuff, getting the crowd out there as they wander around. On the inside, what a great place to have a vendor store right by the track. So literally you are surrounded by the cars going around you. Meanwhile, you're busy shopping. And that just is between turn 3 and 4. As we look down from 5. Nice breeze to keep things cool, but now we've got the perfect California day. And we started off a little misty if you were with us. But now the WeatherTech Raceway is in full spec. Looking high up to the corkscrew that has seen pretty much some of the greatest moments in motor racing. Great place to come for any of the events here, and all of them are top line, whether it be Trans Am, IndyCar, you name it. And it's got a full packed calendar each and every year, Laguna. And of course you can learn to race here, as we mentioned, the Skip Barber School, one of many, as we honor Skip Barber today. Now we're getting ready for some exhibition part of the day. We've got the McMurtry exhibition about to take place on track. Max Chilton and Philip Kadori will be at the wheel of these rather amazing cars. And I just saw one of them wheel out the pits, and they sound awesome. And I think you're going to be in for quite a shock when you actually see these things going around. They really are quite unique. And when you think about the fact that we've got Formula One, ex-Formula One and ex-IndyCar driver Max Chilton at the wheel, who currently, well, unofficially, owns the hill climb record at Goodwood and here, because we have a hill climb during the week before the races started here each and every weekend, where we go up the corkscrew. And Max Chilton, I think, took it down to something like 23 seconds and smashed it in pieces. So we'll perhaps see a bit of that, but he's actually going to, I think, attempt to do the entire track rather than just do the uphill section. So we'll see if that happens, but great part of the exhibition. And then after that, really, really special moment. I'm hoping that I'll be joined by one of the historic drivers who will have a lot of knowledge of our anniversary exhibition group, which is frankly stunning. I got here Thursday and was greeted by these cars being lined up, and I literally was gobsmacked. A, the amount of cars, B, the heritage of them, each and every one, what they've achieved, winners of Monza, Le Mans, Indy 500, you name it. It's pretty darn special, and they wanted to make a special effort for the 50th, and they've done just that. You see a good crowd here. And don't forget, if you're tuning in, there it is. 0 to 60, 1.4 seconds. I'm not kidding you. It should be Maxwell Chilton at the wheel. This is the McMurtry Sperling. Able to zoom from 0 to 60, as I said, in 1.4 seconds over the quarter mile. Sorry, 0 to 60 in 1.4 seconds over the quarter mile at 9.7. Still pretty darn impressive. Look how quickly he's going, guys. That is not speeded up. He's going for the lap record, I'm telling you. I don't know if it's going to be official, but look at the torque in that electric power. And now he's going to open it right up. It's absolutely silent. You can't hear it. It's absolutely fantastic to watch. I would have thought quite... it's known as the Mini Batmobile. You can understand why. Built in England. In terms of 2 twin electric motors, putting out 746 kilowatts. That's equivalent to about 1,000 horsepower. And just an incredible project, if you will. And it's been breaking electric single-seat prototype records everywhere it's gone. But this has been run at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed back in 2021. And McMurtry Automotive, as I said, is British. Started by Sir David McMurtry, and Sperling stands for Irish Thunderstorm. And what they wanted to do was challenge the industry, with these heavier vehicles by using first principles of design and lightweight electric driver car, and just, create a prototype that was both lightweight and just bags of power. Fiber monocoque. And it gives 2,000 kilograms. That's 4,400 pounds of downforce. So it is a missile. It's driven by Derek Bell, actually, in 2021. I mentioned Max Chilton has more recently been the man behind the wheel, and he is today. Top speed of about 185 miles an hour, but it's that 0 to 60 in 1.4, and over the quarter mile, 9.97. Just 900 kilograms. Pretty darn impressive. And also rear-wheel drive, so get it wrong and find out about it when you put the foot down too quick. Has active downforce system with the use of large split-instant wings. Twin fans which provide an extra 2,000 to another 4,000 pounds of downforce. So it really is stuck to the ground. And the G-force, some 3G, excuse me. And at full chat, it can emit 120 decibels of noise, and that's about the limit at most racetracks. So, fantastic exhibition. So we are looking back, but we're always looking forward here. And the Americans love nothing more than a glimpse at the future. So that's their exhibition, and we'll have a massive exhibition of historic cars in a moment. So stay tuned. But let's head down to Kev Harris, who's down in the paddock. What's the latest down there, Kev?
Thanks, Johnny. How about this? I found another quintessential Englishman here in the US of A. Paul Barrett, great to see you, Paul.
Nice to see you.
Good to be here. You've been here before at the Rolex, but this car hasn't been here before. Before we talk about the car, just introduce yourself. Tell us what you do. You've got a great job.
I have. I'm the director of Jaguar and Land Rover Classic over in the UK. So we are the official classic arm of Jaguar Land Rover, or JLR. Yeah.
And this car that we're sitting in, or you're sitting in, it's a bit special, isn't it?
It's an incredibly special car. Yeah, this is the prototype D-Type. It is the very first car. It's XKC 401. It's one of 6 works cars. And it did the initial test work before going to Le Mans in 1954. And it's been in Jaguar's ownership ever since it was built. So it's an extraordinary car, very well preserved, very well looked after. And it currently resides with the Jaguar Daimler Heritage Trust, who have allowed us to bring it over here for Monterey Car Week. So yeah, we're really, really thrilled to be here and to show this car off.
Yeah, it's incredible because this car's never been here before. It takes a lot of planning to get it here.
Yeah, yeah.
And the other interesting thing, it's never actually raced. This is a complete prototype.
Yeah, that's right. It went to Le Mans in '54 just for the test day and set an unofficial lap record in the hands of Tony Rolt. Did a little bit of development works, had the quintessential fin on the back actually, which is now gone, and was the backup car for the works team in '54. Right. Yeah.
And just tell us what's going on at the moment, because you're lined up. We're sat here about 4th or 5th from the front row, but what's going to happen out on track with you guys next?
Well, we're going to go and enjoy lapping Laguna, which is a proper bucket moment for me, I must admit.
Have you done that before?
No, I've never been around Laguna, so I'm really looking forward to this. Yeah.
Well, listen, it's super stuff. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to throw back to our commentator, Johnny Green, who will be absolutely loving hearing about this car. Enjoy your drive. Bucket list moment.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for talking to us. Johnny, how about that one? A lovely, lovely motor car. It's what it's all about.
And living the dream, absolutely. As we go back to this man living the dream, I think Max Chilton out doing the business in that rather space age looking car that is the McCurtry, and it is beautiful. Now we're starting to hear it whistle down the main straight into Andretti. I bet that's a lot of fun to sit in. But also a bit of a handful, because the torque is so much. So now we've got 2 of them out there. And the other car driven by Philip Dory, who is, ooh, good car control, I tell you what. That was well done, because that could have gone horribly wrong. You do not want that to happen in a demonstration of a near $1 million car. But that was a good exhibition in how to save a car from going off track. Brilliant. And also not skip a beat. He's back to pace. That's the way to go. Brilliant. See how he deals with Laguna. Famous corkscrew. Yeah, not bad. Nice line. And through Rainey, you really get a sense of the speed. Let's head down once again to Kev, as he's now found somebody else to talk to. Go ahead, Kev.
How about this, Johnny? I'm down at the front with the Grand Marshal, Bill Warner. And Bill, what a thing you're saying. Talk to me about this.
I love these Myers-Manx. It's got a radial motor, air-cooled radial motor, putting out 120 horsepower. And 1,300 pounds? I mean, this thing is a rocket. And you won't see another one on your block. When I was a kid, I worked for a Volkswagen dealer, and he had a Myers-Manx. So this brings back a lot of great memories, a lot of great fun.
And listen, Bill, you must be full of great memories from this event. You know, anyone that's read the souvenir program has read all about you. But you've been coming to it for years in many different guises as well.
Oh, yeah, I was here with Road and Track, and then I raced here a number of years in the Group 44 TR6 and the TR8. But, you know, I think they made me Grand Marshal so I wouldn't go on the track.
Yeah, but you're getting out on the track in this.
Yes, I can. This is fun.
Who have you got sat alongside you?
Alex is the engineer who devised this. So
Alex, you devised this?
Yes. Me and my team in Costa Mesa worked with Radial Motion out of Australia. So big shout out to Corey and all the guys back in Australia for all the help on this project.
Well, listen, thank you, and well done to all the guys. So, Bill, you're going to have a lot of fun.
I am already. But you got to get a picture of the back. I mean, that's the money shot on this car.
We will get that. Don't worry. Our cameras and our drone will be filming you going around. Quick word about this event. You've been coming to it for years, but what makes it so special?
The track itself. First, people, it's California, but the track with the elevation changes and the challenges, and there are places that are quicker than they look, and there are places that'll snake bite you. So you got to get used to it. But I've always had a ball here. If it wasn't for Bruce Canepa helping me learn the thing, I would never learn it.
Quite a collection of cars as well. You're sitting in this thing, which is a whole lot of fun. But oh boy, it's quite a collection.
Just look back. I could name them, but there's so many. My favorites: the Gurney Eagle, probably the most beautiful Formula One car ever built, and the Chaparral. Jim Hall's a good friend, and I remember that car from. Sadly, I remember all these cars from new, except the Bentley.
Now, on the back of this car, it says Manx, M-A-N-X. That's all about the Isle of Man, right? No. Go on, tell me more.
Bruce Myers came up with this car. It's been copied a lot. That's the unfortunate thing. It was his idea, shortened Volkswagen chassis. Where did he get the Manx thing from?
So the Manx came from the cat from the Isle of Man, short little stubby cat, and it reminded him of that cat, and that's where he got that name from.
Well, you were right.
I was half right, but listen, great stuff. Well, Bill, what time are you going out? Are we kind of waiting? I could chat to you all day because you're full of stories. I don't know whether we got to let you go or what, but I'm enjoying myself.
It's my pleasure. Thanks so much.
I tell you what we'll do, Johnny, I'll throw back to you because it does look like there's some people wagging fingers. We got Barry Topke just behind our camera over there. Enjoy yourself, sir, and thanks for talking to us. Johnny, back to you.
Well, if that's what they give you as a Grand Marshal, there must be a few legendary motorsport folk out there thinking, boy, if I come down to the Monterey Reunion, I might just get given one of these Manx cars. Wonderful. I love it. No relation to the Isle of Man. Sadly, but anyway, we got the full history there, and I've met Bill before, and he's a great character and has a huge history of both photographing, writing about, and driving some of these great cars, and the perfect guy to Bill Warner to make our Grand Marshal for the 50th. And if you read the program and read some of the press coming in, he was very honored and very taken aback, actually, about being the Grand Marshal. He's been waving the flag. He's been in the booth with me. He's talked to Kev. And in a moment, we're going to get what is one of the biggest events of the weekend, and I'm delighted to be joined by, well, actually, I say I'm delighted. I'm a little disappointed because I prefer to see him on track. Charles Nierberg has come up into the booth, but you're not racing, Charles. First and foremost, why not? And we'll get to the exhibition in a moment.
You're very kind to ask. We had a rather bizarre failure in the Williams yesterday, and coming out of turn 4, the motor just shut off, and it was like, whoa.
Yeah.
And I clutched it and moved to the left so that Cal could, wouldn't have any issues with me. And as I was coasting to 5 to kind of get up to the turnout, to get the car off the track, it refired, and so I limped it back into the pits because it was a new motor. And anyway, more than you want to know probably, but bottom line, we finally got it back into the paddock area and diagnosed an electrical problem with parts that we don't have. And so, and since it was a new motor, we were concerned with the way it happened, that we really wanted to look at the motor before we ran it hard again. So we basically were hors de combat.
Well, I saw you in distress, so I called Patrick Head. He's on his way. He'll be coming from the next flight. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, listen, we're about to go to our exhibition, but before we do, we've got Charles Nierberg in the booth, but Kev has found another story for us down in the paddock.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Continuing my run up and down the pre-grid area here, catching up with old pals Al Cyril, Mike Fulmer is sitting here. Al, I chatted to you at this show a couple of years ago, I think.
You did. We talked about the Lister and also this car.
And this one. And talk to me about this one, because this car has some provenance, doesn't it?
This car has a lot of history here at Laguna Seca. It won the first heat race with Dan Gurney in it. Bobby Unser drove this car up here. Al Unser drove this car up here. And Jimmy Clark in 1963 led almost half the race before his oil cooler broke.
Yeah. And it's still doing it, and you're now behind the wheel, isn't it?
Well, the car's been in the family ever since 1960, so we never really got rid of it. And the history of this car is unbelievable, how much history it has around the United States.
And the history of cars is what this show is all about, isn't it? A quick word about the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. It seems to be getting better and better every year, isn't it?
Yes.
trust Honda to get in the way of the party. They are doing their bit, but look at them. Dressed as though they were in 65, but that is a beautiful car. We had hoped that Kumasato was going to drive it. I don't think he's at the wheel. But also celebrate 60 years Honda racing. Returned to Formula 1 a few years ago. The Honda that we knew of old. And there's a lot of, well, a lot of disparity heaped on them, not least from the drivers of the time, Mr. Alonso. At Honda's ability to create another spectacular car. And now look at us in 2024 when they can't stop winning. And they are moving on, and long may it continue. Honda in Formula 1, 60 years. Absolutely impressive. Well, we had to stop there. So this was obviously driven by Richie Ginther in the time, an American Formula 1 driver. I've got Charles Neerberg here alongside me as it revs up and starts to go. Do you recognize this car?
I do recognize it. I have to be candid. I did not see it racing, period. But I certainly saw it, in road and track, and was aware of what they were doing.
This is a much more smaller displacement, though, than Formula 1 cars that are in the Formula 1 that you're driving, yeah?
Yeah, this was the 1.5 liter era, which generated some jewels of engineering engines.
Sure.
You have the Climax V8, and you have the Honda, and you have the Ferrari Flat 12. I mean, the pistons in a Ferrari, Flat 12, 1.5 liter car are about the size of a shot glass,
Yeah, ridiculous. But we're about to get into our exhibition, and that Honda was going to be, I think he's hoping to be part of the exhibition. Let's hope it gets out there. But I've never seen such jewels, and I'll put them that way because they all are. You're sort of beavering through. We'll see them on track in a moment. But the organisers pretty much, and it's not easy to proclaim that, but they proclaim that this is one of the single most unique gatherings of special cars ever for the 50 years of the Rolex, and they ain't kidding when you actually look at a 1924 Bentley and a 1990 Mercedes Le Mans car and anything in between, from Cunningham's to Ferraris, the old MG. What do you reckon? We've got the Dan Gurney Eagle. I mean, you can't beat a day when you get a chance to see that from 1966.
Man, there are cars that, I just have lusted after my whole life. I hope it's okay to say that. I mean, there are really some extraordinary cars. I don't know how much you want me to blather on here, Jonathan.
No, carry on. No, we got you.
I've got to start with a car that's probably not going to be driven around the track.
Yeah, we should be seeing them shortly. So you blather on, sir.
So I'm gonna do a quick second on a car that's probably not going to be driven around there, but it's, for me, if I could have one car that I will never be able to have, it's the 1963 Chaparral 2.
Why don't you think it's going to be out there? It's on the list.
Is it out there to be? It's definitely in the paddock. I don't know if it will be run. Jim is very careful about how the cars are run.
63, right?
Yeah, and these were the cars that really put Chaparral cars on the map. They had the initial automatic transmission, the first one ever in a really serious high-end World Championship race car. The evolution of this car, they won 22 wins in 39 races, won Sebring overall in a deluge, a very famous race that I actually happened to be there as a kid, as a guest of the Hall family, because I was born and lived in Midland, and so that car is very near and dear to my heart, and it's a huge part of American racing history and Jim Hall's legacy as a world-class driver as well as engineer. So anyway, now, Jonathan, I'll take the lead from you at this point.
Well, let's spot what we see. Let's see what the cameraman throws up, and we've got a bunch of cars to look at. We're currently looking at this beautiful number 4.
Yeah, short-nosed Jaguar D-Type. Just spectacular automobile.
And that is from 1955. And its mark years were for the Rolex for the Reunion were 76, 92, and 2011. See Bill Werner in that Mankins at the front looks quite out of place, but
yeah, well, he's having a good time. He's used to driving stuff faster than that, but I think he can handle it.
Let's see. We've got the Honda at the front that we've just talked about.
Yeah,
it's running in second, just doing its bit. We've also got a Lotus by the looks of things coming up.
I think that's the very famous Arciero Lotus 19 Special that, again, Dan Gurney. I don't know where the write-up is, but that car really helped put Dan on the map. Yeah, it's the third race car in line there. Dan won a lot of West Coast races. I think he won the Daytona Continental 200, which was the forerunner to the 24-hour race.
And that, of course, is
that's the Lotus 79. 78 or 79? 79.
It's a 79, but
yeah.
1978 Lotus Type 79.
Yeah, the famous, introduction of ground effect in Formula One, which, of course, Formula One is now back to a ground effect design, and Colin Chapman sort of did the first one, and then you have to say that Patrick Head really refined it, in 80 with the Championship Williams, the FW07B.
And that's been out on track too, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. Zach's driving that this weekend.
Well, that 79 driven by the likes of Mario Andretti and Carlos Reutemann. We don't often get mentions too much of Carlos Reutemann, but a great driver in his time.
Yeah, Carlos was the guy who should have won several championships, and famously in 81 lost the championship in the last race at the Caesars Palace parking lot in Vegas by 1 point, having started on pole in his Williams and then fading inexplicably to finish 8th, and he needed just 1 point to win the world championship. It was really a shame. He was an incredible driver, and like you say, underappreciated.
And things were, the rate of attrition, if you will, and breakdowns and so on were more than when Mario Andretti won his 78 World Championship. He won 6 races, including the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort, in this car.
Yeah, Mario, of course, that's just sort of, between Phil Hill and Mario Andretti, it's just a really a crime, or I guess you can't say it's a crime, but it's certainly a shame that we haven't had anyone since then in Formula One that's been able to, raise the banner. But it will happen. There's, the Road Racing Drivers Club is trying to help, and people like Jeremy Shaw are working really hard to raise money for promising young drivers, and but Mario really he fired every young person. Looked up to people like Mario and Jim Hall, who won on the world stage.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's sport, music, the Olympics, whatever. How you inspire people and how humans inspire a generation after them to do what they did or do something similar. Mario is definitely one of those figures, no question about it. And, there's been some figures in motor racing over the years that have played a huge part. And here comes another famous 1979 Porsche 935. This is chassis 930.
Yeah, this, I'm very fortunate to be able to say that I have a really iconic 935 that won its class at Sebring in 1980 and was 5th at Le Mans. Won its class at Le Mans in 1980 and was 5th overall. But this is a similar car, and I have to tell you that this thing is more fun than a barrel of monkeys. It's like it's like a go-kart with 750 horsepower. They are unbelievably fun to drive, and the Interscope car there, Ted Fields' car, had Danny on Gaius and a number of legendary drivers.
Hurley Haywood, another one, yeah.
Yeah, Hurley, Milt Minter, and then Ted Field himself, who was a good shoe as a gentleman driver.
Well, this car won on its debut for the 24 Hours of Daytona. No mean feat.
Absolutely not. It's a beautiful livery as well, very iconic livery. I'm looking. Boy, this is an incredible array of cars that they have.
I'm looking forward to seeing hopefully the 962 Porsche from 1985. Now they're just passing our position now. We're starting to hear the engine started getting up to speed.
Yeah, letting them air it out a little bit.
We've also got a Ferrari 166mm out there from 1949.
Yeah, that was, I think, the first really, that was that car was, I think, Ferrari historians could probably, may not agree with this, but in my memory, the 166 was the first real dual purpose, overall race winning Ferrari that, of Ferrari's manufacture that you could drive as a sports car and race, at the highest level of the time. And
well, that was the car we saw Kev interviewing on the pre-grid.
Right, that's the RCO. Lotus 19. Yeah, it's fabulous. And Dan Gurney was another one of my, growing up, there were people that I looked up to and just said, man, if I could be anything like that guy. And Dan and Jim Hall, because they were engineers and drivers and constructed their own cars. I mean, those guys were at the top of the pantheon for me.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's so rare now that anybody can compete and design and innovate at the same time, like a Bruce McLaren, like a Colin Chapman, run a Formula One team as well as do all the other bits. Now you have how many at Mercedes? 800 people?
Yeah, it's a whole nother, like everything in life. I
think Ken Tyrrell would have quite a smile on his face if he saw a current modern day Formula One factory.
Yeah, oh man, it's amazing. I see on our list we're supposed to have a Maserati 250F
I saw it parked up. I don't know whether it's actually got out on track because obviously they're all parked up in the paddock. So whether they all get out there is a question mark, I suppose. But he's certainly got a lot out there. This is my favourite, or at least one of them, the Bentley.
The Bentley, yes.
Well, the reason being, that particular car, I think it was that car, or certainly one very much like it, was my table mat when I was a 5-year-old. And we had 6. There were Maseratis, there were Alfa Romeos, but I always had the picture of the Bentley. And if my sister stole it, there was hell to pay. So I am now glorying in the 1924 car owned and raced extensively by the Benjifield Racing Club founder Stanley Mann. There it is.
Yeah, well, he's a legendary name in Bentley circles, that's for sure. Those are fabulous cars. I have to be candid. The first time people tried to introduce me to these Bentleys, I thought, that's like a tractor with green paint. And sacrilege to say for sure. And then of course I actually got humbled because I drove one and I realized what fabulous machines they were. And you look into the history of their victories.
How do they handle? They look like a piece. They look like trouble.
They're, you have to have your Wheaties in the morning. But they're very honest. They do exactly what you would expect them to do. When you
like a Shire horse.
I just did 10 days in a 27 4.5-liter Bentley in Norway, and it was fabulous. It was just an epic drive, and they do everything well, and they hold together and they're reliable. It's
that
an
must have been
amazing
fascinating.
thing.
Norway of all places.
Yeah,
how are the roads in Norway?
Skinny.
Yes,
they're all carved out of the side of a fjord
too, because it's all cold.
Yeah,
until the summer.
Yeah, they're so narrow, and they're carved out of the sides of fjords, and so it's like driving on narrow English country lanes.
Yeah, I'll bet.
But the Bentley, to your point, was just it's the longest drive I've had in the car, and it was spectacular. It's got more acceleration than you would imagine, and plenty of top speed for what it is, and of course, the red line's all of about 2,300 RPM, so you don't have to worry too much about keeping it in the power curve. The power curve starts at about 1,000 and goes to 2,300.
I love the fact that the driver of the Bentley back in the day was a driver called Basil Mountfort. And you can't invent a better name as your Bentley driver. My factory driver is Basil Mountfort. Please do step forward, Basil, and say a few words.
That's a proper British name.
Checker flag out then for a slightly smaller field than we did have yesterday, but, it doesn't matter. It's a fantastic exhibition of cars, and if you want to go and look up on the program or...
Yeah, and if you haven't been to the Monterey Historics, you should put it on your list, because this is just a small fraction of what's in the paddock.
Yeah.
And it is truly, as I look through the rest of this list, there's a Miller 91, supercharged, Indy car from the day that set the history forward of American racing, because Henry's proteges and his machinists, Leo Goosen and they went on to and Fred Offenhauser. They ended up generating, the engines that powered every Indy car, up until the Cosworth era began. And so You come to Monterey Historics and you're going to see things you've never dreamed you would see.
Well, thank you, Charles Newberg. Sadly not out in his lovely Williams today, but we'll try and get him something. If not, we'll keep him here in the booth. We'll take a short break here from the reunion. Join us after this.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
This is the show where two pros in two different worlds come together in Monterey, California. Today we pair professional race car driver ready for his race at Laguna Seca with a local soccer star from Monterey Football Club. This is Monterey Pro v Pro.
Hey, how are you? Good. Mason. Nice to meet you, Pierce. Nice to meet you. So what are we up to?
Yeah, so we're here at Cardinale Stadium, home of Monterey Bay FC.
It's beautiful out here.
Yeah, this is a really nice area. The stadium's only a couple years old, and the team's new to the league, so really excited about what we're building here in Monterey for the soccer community.
That's cool.
So if we're gonna play soccer, we gotta do it right. Here's a little gift from the club. Hope you enjoy it.
Let's check it out. Oh, check that out. It's got the race number and everything. That's pretty sick.
How comfortable are you out here on the field?
Dude, I haven't played soccer probably since I was in 6th grade.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
it's been a long time.
Hopefully we can improve your game today.
Yeah, I hope so.
Point of this drill, we're gonna work on ball control. So let me show you how it's done.
Getting fancy on me.
Just like that.
All right. P1, I already screwed it up. Oh, I missed. I missed. It's worse than you thought.
It's good enough. We'll give him a good passing grade, but barely. All right, so now we're gonna give you a couple shots from the penalty spot. See if you can score on me in the goal.
You need gloves?
I don't think so. I saw you shooting. I think I'm fine.
See how it goes. See, he knew it was coming.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That was good, though. I actually had to save it.
Hey, man, it's easier than the control part.
All right, last one. Game on the line.
I was going for the corner. Well, now I gotta see how you do it. Wait, am I actually supposed to block these? I'm nervous, man. I saw the kicks earlier. If it's coming too hard, I'm not even gonna go for it.
I won't shoot it that hard.
Oh. Oh. Can you at least call it for me so I have a chance?
Tell you which way I'm going?
Yeah.
All right. You're left.
All right. Man, that was a blast.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
was fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming out.
Dude, I could come out and watch a game. Where should I get some tickets?
Yeah, you can look on our website, just Monterey Bay FC, and then in any of our social media, it's the same thing, Monterey Bay FC.
Sweet.
So come out, yeah, we'll show you a good time.
Thanks for giving me some tips out there, man. I think I need another like 10 years of training, but let's take it over to Laguna Seca and I can show you a little bit of my office.
Sounds good, let's do it. What's up, man?
What's up, dude? How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, so we're here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's one of the most famous tracks in the world. It's really cool. It has a 5.5-story drop right there in the middle, and this thing's the Hyundai Launcher N. It's kind of like the race car that I raced that we won last year in, and man, the grip it has around here is insane. What we're gonna do is we're gonna run through some autocross courses here, then we're gonna hit the track and take you down the corkscrew.
Cool, I'm ready for it. Let's do it.
So if you're gonna be a race car driver, you gotta do it right.
Look at
Here's the
this.
suit.
Thanks, man.
All
Gotta
right.
throw this on. How's the suit look?
Looks good, man. You're looking proper. So we have a little autocross set up. You're gonna take this Hyundai Launcher N through it. So I'm gonna take you for a rip, and then you're gonna jump in there and show me how to do it. The goal is do not hit any cones and go as quickly as possible.
Okay. Damn. I will not be doing that fast. Getting close to it.
So,
yeah.
looks like you're up.
Good to go?
Yeah, good to go.
All right.
All right, then you got hard left here, and then left, and then accelerate, and then hard on the brakes. There we go.
Okay.
Let's go. I'm gonna coach him down to a sub 20. Let's go. Let's take a short break, then we'll head over to the track.
Sounds good. See you there.
Ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go. I guess you haven't been on a racetrack before. This is crazy. Pretty calm. Yeah, I was just trying to be cool. Good lane. Wow.
That was crazy. I didn't know what to expect, but that was crazy.
All right, so here we are, top of the corkscrew, and this is one of my favorite places to watch the race, and you can kind of see all the way to the bay.
Yeah, it's awesome up here.
You play like right over there, right?
Yeah, not too far.
Mile away.
Yeah, not too far. How can I come and support you race?
So you can check out WeatherTechRaceway.com. You can go to any of the races during the 2024 season, but you got to come to the IMSA one. It's awesome. Last year we were able to win here at my home track, and hopefully we can do it again.
Awesome.
So at the end of the race, if you're on the podium, you get to spray some champagne.
Okay.
So take your thumb. You're like a garden hose. All right, you're gonna give it a good shake and start shooting it. There you go. They usually do a cheers.
Cheers.
This is Monterey Pro v Pro.